All right. Someone once said, third time is a charm. I don't know how accurate that is, but I'm hoping it is. All right. Anyways, it's like almost 1 o'clock in the morning now. This was supposed to be yesterday's reading. I mean, timing is fluid anyway, right? Like, it's just nothing but a man made social construct. So, if you're in California, this is still today's reading, like today's energy of the 4th. So we're just gonna go with that. Um, the reason why I say that is because I am terrible at time management, and I'm on this new program of organizing like my business and different things, and all of that ran over because instead of doing what was on the planner today, I ended up like playing guitar for, for hours and guitar and piano, like practicing and learning those for hours. And well, it made me go behind on the other shit that's due. So the reason why I tell you this is because I still felt this need and this urge to do this reading today. Now I haven't read these cards. I mean, I read them like just like face value. I don't know what they stand for because each of these decks has its own, you know, explanation of them. I get decks that I'm called to. I don't always get the decks that are like, oh, this is the Rider Waite, and everybody does tarot on these type shit. That's why I call mine shamans readings or energy readings because it's just different. Um, I'll show you guys the cards in a minute. I pulled these before, so basically I'm doing a course taught by well, if you're not into music, I guess you wouldn't know him, but Ryan Tedder. He's like the lead singer of One Republic, but if you go on Songland, it's a show called Songland. He's also on there, and he's one of the industry's top songwriters, music producers. He's done music for everybody from Beyonce, Taylor Swift, Adele, you know what I'm saying? And then obviously himself or his band. And he's teaching this great class right now. So, with that being said, um, well, the class is taking more time than I anticipated, which I don't mind. Like, I'm glad that it's in depth. It's just, I'm bad with time management. Point being, yesterday, last night, whatever you want to call it, I had given myself until the 19th of this month to let go of my ex, right? Or to just kind of let go of that energy that I shared with her, meaning, the her that I knew, or the whatever, the tumultuous, tumultuous. I can't speak today. Stuff that caused, I guess, a breakup or a separation or whatever you want to call it, right? Um, that energy, I had to let go of that, and I had to stop holding on and like waiting for someone to come back or type shit or whatever. Now, the reason why I bring that up is because I took a spiritual bath to do this, and it was very transformative. And I just left it all in the shower. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just is what it's done. Like, I know it's kind of hard maybe to understand, but it's like, I don't know how to explain it. Some things are just done in the spiritual realm, and there's not human verbiage for them or explanations. Humans, we love to rationalize and explain shit, but unless you're a scientist, some things just cannot be explained. Which is why they actually invented quantum physics, or that kind of realm for science, because dude, like, there's just other shit out there. So, speaking of my ex, but like, what the bleep do we know is this great film, this great movie that goes around the spiritual community, and it it kind of goes in depth with all that. Actually, they have a part 2 that I need to watch. It's called "What the Bleep Do They Know," or "What the Bleep Do We Know?" Down the rabbit hole. I think that shit just came out like last month or something. Um, Anyways, there's a certain phenomenon and things in this metaphysical, spiritual, whatever you want to call it, community that are just not explainable. And so when I took this spiritual bath with the full intention of shaking all that off and scrubbing every fucking chakra or part of my body that I could, anywhere that, you know what I'm saying, we would have attached or connected. And then I got out the shower and it was done. Like, you know what I mean? To explain that to someone, I know it might sound like, wait, what? I don't know. One day I can go in depth. The point is, because this is not about her. Well, it is when it's not. The point of the matter is that right as soon as I finished my assignment for this course, which was to find the vibe or like start a melody or start a song, start a, you know, progression, that well, I started the class, it was like at least 3 hours ago or something like that, but I just finished at I guess an hour ago or something, 40 minutes ago. The point is that right after I had finished, I pulled up my email to check something else, and this email comes across from this guy named Chase, and it's very odd. Like, I think I subscribed to him way back because of something on Instagram, and like maybe he does his shit daily, but I only get his messages when I need to see them. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like every day that I'm, you know, that I'm alerted about one of his emails or that I see it in my massive amount of thousands of emails that are in there or whatever. I only see them, like, I guess when I need them. So, spirit guide shout out. But anyways, he was talking about today. He said, you know, don't let loneliness take you back to an ex. Like, you have standards for a reason. And literally the email was 18 hours ago, almost 19 now. But that was around the time that I was doing the bath. And when I got out of the bath, I had money in my account, hundreds of dollars in my account all of a sudden. And like, a homie, you know what I'm saying, like that email at that same time and all this different shit, like it works that quickly, you know what I'm saying? Anyways, the message is that, like he said, like your basically, like, don't let your human emotion or your quote unquote negative emotions lead you down some other path, like especially in this community, or when you say spirituality or metaphysics, whatever. When people talk about meditate, even in psychology, really, when you talk about meditation, they normally are telling you to be mindful or to meditate to take you away from something. So if you were experiencing a negative emotion, be it sadness, be it anger, be it this, be it that, they are using it to distract you and pull you out of that so you don't experience it. And then, okay, now I feel good again. Oh my God. And then I'm all happy and yada, yada, yada. You know what I mean? Like, motherfuckers are afraid to face the real shit. You know what I mean? The real stuff within them, the real stuff going on. They don't want to face it. And so they're using these tools, these very powerful, magical tools to, you know, just get you back to a state of happiness. But life can't always just be pure happiness. Like, there's other shit that needs, usually when people are just, you know, quote unquote happy all the time, it's because they like running from something, or there's hidden shit within them. So even I know people, you know, like they're quote unquote happy in front of the face of the world, right? Speaking of the ex and all that, like happy in the face of the world. But then when we get on 101, you know, or even when she's by herself, all of a sudden it's like depression or sadness or overthinking and this and that and that and that, right? But you would never know it if you would see this person out and about interacting with other people. Now, see, the number 9 just popped up as I said that, 12:51. Anyways, the reason why I bring that up, I mean, well, it's not just her. I mean, I've seen that countless times of like these nonstop happy people who are really suppressing some real deep shit or repressing deep shit. The point of it is that if you are going to use these meditations and things, well, first off, I recommend journeying, not just clearing your mind like a fucking checklist, but like journeying and sit with that thought and sit with that negative emotion and sit with whatever the hell you're going through, right? Um, the reason why I bring that up, or to say all of that, is that in this email, which piggybacked off of the work I was doing yesterday, like he said, the minute we feel these human emotions, we try to escape them. And that can cause you to go backwards, meaning if you're lonely, now you're going to go try to fix some shit with your ex. But really, the reason why they're your ex is for a reason. Like, it didn't work out because you had a certain standard and you need to uphold that standard. Now, there's also, I was watching yesterday a show on Netflix, and like her and her husband, this one of the characters and her ex-husband got remarried, right? So if your partner is willing to compromise or work things out or whatever the case is, fine, go for it, you know what I mean? But don't sit around waiting for that to happen. And furthermore, you have to be very sure like that you're not compromising the very thing that you're looking for. So I'm not saying don't compromise your behavior in regards to them, but like, let's say for instance, you want somebody that is full of ambition, right? And like, okay, your ex had some ambition, but they also didn't act on it, right? If you were to get back with your ex because of all the other traits or whatever, you're feeling lonely, sad, da 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 da, then you need to make sure that your ex is going to act on their ambitions now. You see what I'm saying? Like, they're full of potential, but they're not acting on their ambition. Yet you desire that in a partner. So don't compromise that just because you're feeling lonely right now. You know what I mean? Or if your best friend fucked you over and you require your friends to not do that to you, you require a certain amount of loyalty or a certain relationship from your friends, then don't go backwards and then try to make it work with this quote unquote friend that you no longer vibe with, or is no longer for you. There's nothing wrong with them just not being for you anymore. There's nothing wrong with transcending and having to leave people behind. Does it get lonely? Yes. Does it suck? Sometimes. But the important part is that you're doing the things that are for your wellness, that are for your being, for your higher, for your highest good. And that means cutting off family. That means cutting off friends. That means cutting off whoever the fuck that's not on that wave. You know what I mean? Like, they're just going to bring you down and bring you backwards. And you're not trying to go backwards. You're trying to progress forwards. So, and change this lighting mood. This one's kind of cool. I never use this one, so let's go with it. Yeah, man. What else? All right, so when I first got on here, the camera wouldn't turn on, and then the second time, this, I thought it was just a visual or like some cool drums, but this is actually a deep meditation up here on the screen. And aside from that, I had pulled these cards. I don't know if I said this already or not. That's why I'm doing this whole segue. I had pulled these cards before I did my course today. So after playing guitar and piano for hours and doing everything, before I took the 3-hour, or what took me 3-hour course, I had pulled these cards. I haven't looked at them as far as their meanings. I think I had kind of said all this, but I cut off the last. What I'm trying to say is I cut myself off on the last video because I was just like rambling, which I might be doing now, but also offering gems. And so now, whatever. Look, I didn't read these cards, like their actual meanings and stuff. The decks I get, they just call me, right? So all these different decks have different ways of doing things, different meanings, different interpretations. This is not like the little Rider Waite deck where it's just like a empress means an empress or a tower means a tower type thing. You know what I mean? Like these different ones have different readings and meanings, and I'm called to whatever deck that I'm called to that day or that week or whatever. So that's why I call mine shaman's readings instead of just like the, I guess, traditional tarot or whatever you want to call it. Now, I guess I'm just show y'all these and then we'll get to the reading. And then after that, we can do this meditation. The reason why I even told y'all about the damn class and all that is because, well, like I said, I'm terrible at time management, but I really, really wanted to do the show today. But it is 12, well, almost 2 minutes from 1 o'clock in the morning. I woke up about 3 in the afternoon, I think. Anyways, yesterday I went to bed at like 4:30, and so I woke up at like 3:30 in the afternoon or 3:15 or something like that. Like fully woke up, and then I haven't eaten all day, so I have not eaten today since being awake, and it's 1 a.m. So this radio show might be cut short. that was the plan. I was about to go cook and I was like, nah, I gotta go do the show, man. Like fuck it. Oh, see, we're already 16 minutes into this thing. So let me just get to the goods. I'm going to play this little meditation shit in the background just for visuals right now. And then I'll replay it when I go cook or eat and all that so that you guys can do it. If you want. I want to do it as well, but I don't know if I can last that long because my head is starting to hurt from being hungry. Anyways, enough about me. This whole thing is not about me. I hope you took value from the message of letting go what no longer serves you, and also not settling. Like, don't settle. Don't. And that's what the theme was as well. On this same show that I'm talking about, because that's just my show right now, and it's like 8 seasons long or something. They were talking about, it was another character and her boyfriend, fiance, whatever, soon to be, and basically the message was like, don't settle for good enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't just do this because this person is good enough. Like they check enough boxes. You know what I'm saying? If it's not right, it's not right. So you just gotta either, like I said, don't pause your life. Like, you could wait for them to come on and hope that one day they change just enough, or that you change within you enough to tolerate certain things. Obviously, some things are more detrimental than others. Like, I'm not talking about like certain nuances, like homeboy clips his toenails on the couch type shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying go break up your relationship over that. But like fundamental things, like I talked about, like they have all the potential and ambition in the world, but then they don't utilize it. And you're a very driven person. That shit's not gonna fly. It's not gonna work. No matter how much you try to make that work. So, what else? Yeah, man, just don't settle. That's the overall message, energy, all of that. I don't give a damn how much you love them, how long you've been together. It's time to move forward and move on. You know what I mean? It's time to move on as a whole. Society's moving on. Like, that's why 2020 shook up so much shit. It's because it's time to move on. So I'm not saying go break up your relationships just cause, but those ones in your head right now where the shit's just not right, or it hasn't been right for a while. Or motherfuckers holding you back. Don't take it just because it's good enough. Like, wait for the shit that's gonna be perfect for you. Like, wait for that. You know what I mean? It's coming. But you gotta keep your vibration and keep your mind, aligned as well. Because if you focus on the wrong things, then you're gonna get the wrong things. So, any damn ways. Let's get to this reading. So, bam. It's a nice looking card. I hope autofocus is working today. Um, triangle up, but it doesn't have a slash, so it's not air. Well, yeah, obviously it's fire. So we have a 4 of fire. Like I said, I'm gonna get into all these. I just want to show y'all the cards so you can at least see them. I love this deck just because of the illustrations. Like, well, I mean, I like the deck and the messages, but these, I've never seen such great illustrations on deck or tarot or just anything, really. Not just spiritual shit. All right, so this one here is 5, 6, 7, the 7 of earth, which the chakras are all aligned. And I had I don't want to put it back. I had, that was a part of the spirit or the spiritual bath yesterday, and I was scrubbing with the sea salt. I wasn't taking a bath. I was taking like the shower, but I was, whatever. The chakras all aligning and being back in balance was something I was visualizing, and I remember visualizing a tree or something about a tree. So then it was crazy that this popped up today with all the chakras in the tree, and they look like they're perfectly grounded and balanced. Next we have healing. Right here, homeboy. Got healing. It's like some type of wizard or something, magician or something. Love. Love, love, love. All right. Love is number 12. Healing is number 11. What we got here? Thought, 15, 16, 17. I think it's 18. The Roman numerals are kind of high on this one. All right. Boom. Also with the green energy, I'm seeing a lot of green and blue, a lot of earthy, like groundedness. You know what I'm saying? And then the love card looks very like welcoming, like very light or airy, like airy and welcoming. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Maybe the fairy realm or something. Oh, I must mention, thought came out in reverse earlier, I think. But I wasn't sure because of the way that it landed. And right now turning it upside down does not feel good, so I'm just gonna keep it right side up. So I guess we could say that's like a halfway card just to kind of add on to the rest of the reading. Or I guess they say it's like a focal point. So whatever, I'm gonna leave it right side up, but just so you know. And then lastly, we have desire, which is number 20, which is 2. So we have lots of greens and blues. Green is also the heart chakra. So when we're talking about everything we just spoke on, healing that heart chakra and healing different things. And we literally have healing right here on the deck. We have love on the deck. We have desire. We have thought. And then the fire. This just looks like a fucking powerful card. And there's like a hawk on top of her. The wings or the fire, I would say, would be a phoenix, but the head of it looks like a hawk. Right? So let's check these out. I'll just leave this, move this over here. Okay. And I'm gonna just play this, like I said, in the background for now, and then we can get into it later. But it looks so cool. All right, now I'll shuffle one more card just to see after everything. Just to see what we get. I guess I should do that after I read these. Nah, I'm good. Any clarifying cards, messages, things we need to... Ooh, no. Alright. Well, said any clarifying messages or things. We got 2. They're both in the reverse, and again with the blue. So, I guess these would be our things to watch out for. But I will read them or do them later. Right? Boom. It's a 3 and a 4 of water. One is a man holding up like a mirror with, it looks like Gemini on the back, like a dual faces or something on the back. And then the other one is a woman swimming with the fish, but she looks like she's tangled up. I don't know if that's like her dress design or if she's tangled or torn or whatever. You guys see that, right? Like, she has all these things. It's hard because this camera's backwards right now. She has all these things, you know, tying her down. But that might just be her dress style. And then you have homeboy right here with like this mirror and like these duality or polarity. It might be duality. But anyways, they were both in reverse. So let's get into it. They do that. They do that, ho. I don't know. All right. Let's see here. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Okay. There we go. All right. Let's start with the fire. We have a 4 of fire, 240. All right, page 240. Number 6 again. Number 6 is our friend, man. Number 6 has been popping up every day this year. All right, let's get it. 4 of fire. Action, concentrate. Oh, keywords. So each of these has like keywords and shit. I don't know if I should read all that though. I'll read the key stuff off the page and then I'll read the meaning, because this is how it's split up. It has certain keywords and key phrases and then the meaning and then the potential stuff to watch out for. We'd be here all night. So, yo, action, application, work ethic, okay? Increase skill and practice. Those are your keywords. Some of the key phrases are devote time to regular practice, pay your dues, be willing and prepared. Something is falling short of its target, okay? Establish a good work ethic, yada, yada. Focus your mind, focus your emotions, and deliberate action. So we already talked about 2021 being all about action and collaboration, but action. And I told y'all about my stories and stuff earlier, being, trying to get everything in order and planning stuff and all of that. So it looks like we on the right path. All right. Meaning. The 4 of fire is symbolic of focused mind, emotion, and deliberate action that once applied, lend impetus and momentum. IMPETUS, impetus and momentum. It means acting with both skill and accuracy and establishing a work ethic or creative process that is a reflection of both. It is about focusing on the task at hand, making it the center of our attention, and not allowing distractions to cause us to lose sight of our target or objectives. I used to have a big problem with that in the past. The 4 of fire represents showing discipline by devoting regular time and energy to repeated practice and application, which in turn increases skill and ability, and in doing so, make one's actions more confident and therefore faster. Goals manifest faster and outcomes are achieved with less energy wasted. That's good. With time and practice, a process can become as natural as breathing, and mistakes become fewer. Unlike other animals, humans are not born with the innate knowledge required to survive. To survive, we must be both willing and prepared to learn. A baby first crawls, then walks, and then learns to run. That same baby cannot run before it has learned to crawl and walk. We learn primarily through a process of repetition and practice. Without repetition and practice, we may be able to learn the rudiments of a new skill, but we cannot become brilliant or accomplish at it, even if we are naturally gifted. Practice does not make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. They told me to throw that in there. All right, if the 4 of fire appears in a reading, it signifies the importance of focus, dedication, discipline, and practice on a physical level. It suggests that we concentrate now and do what needs to be done. The way we improve and achieve things faster is by devoting our attention and focus to practice. There is no such thing as an overnight success. You must first pay your dues. To be the best takes time. Amen. All these little overnight successes and shit you see, all of them are grinding for like 5-10 years, dog. Like, and that's what keeps me in this game. Like when I first started producing or anything, it was this thing of like 5 to 10 years, 5 to 10 years, like just straight grinding, bro. Not just always networking or putting, spamming people to check out your stuff, but like actually developing your craft and like submitting to the craft and like allowing all your ambitions to kind of let go so that you can turn off the left side, the logical side, and like focus on just like the creative brain. And then when it's time, also knowing how to do the business and the networking side, the logical side of everything. But whether you're an author or a poet or writer, uh, or I don't know, a shoveler, you shovel things all day, or you're a foreman, a maintenance man, a spiritual healer, a music producer, a doctor, lawyer, whoever. Okay, all that shit takes practice to really get good at it. Like, think about when you were first new at your job. You know what I'm saying? If you have a job, or whenever you did have one, like you or somebody hired you temporarily for something, right? Like, you weren't all that great at first, and then after you do it and do it and do it and do it and do it, you get used to it, you get in the motions, and then boom, you good to go. So I mean, this one is like very spot on the nose for me. Like, obviously I told you I was practicing guitar and piano earlier, um and then, like, to me, like, I don't know, today felt like a tough day, like having to get everything done. And typically I just go with the flow. So it's kind of a challenge to, like, well, I didn't even follow my damn planner today, but I did, like, to an extent. um but I bring that up just because, like, it is time to get focused and discipline instead of just bouncing, from idea to idea or whatever. Like, it's time to implement your shit. Why? Or girl. Guh. That's how they say it in Atlanta. Alright. What we got next? The Seven of Earth, 170. Dude, I am starving, bro. Look, you will never guess what page we ended on. Oh, 170, I said it. Which is what? Number 8. 6 and 8, man. They both tag team tied together for this year. I'm telling you. If you don't believe me, I got 5 hours and 3 hour and 2 hour long videos from this year that you can go back and watch. All right. Seventh of Earth, exactly what I said. Grounding, meditation, connecting cycles. Let Gaia heal you. Get out into nature. Connect between self and world. All is connected and has influence. Address the stress. So we were talking about addressing these negative emotions. Don't just be like, oh, I don't want to feel that right now and whatever bullshit. Like, get to it, man. This one says put down the tech toy. So basically it's really telling you to kind of get outside, and, go to like a park or botanical gardens or something. I've been meaning to do that, but it's just like cold. It's too cold. I can't live in this climate, man. I'm not made for it. Anyways, all right. Meaning. The Seven of Earth symbolizes a need to both nurture and maintain a connection between spirit, self, and the world around you. Ground, integrate, and connect. To feel and embrace this connection does not require any belief in the divine, but a simple awareness that all is connected on an energetic level. At this time, look out into the world to see, feel, and understand the cycles of life and nature and how they affect and influence you. Over time, life and day-to-day demands may begin to wear away at us, making us irritable and reactive, less adaptable and flexible, more fearful of the changes going on within us and around us. All of these things can make us feel alone and disconnected. The Seven of Earth symbolizes the importance of connection and being part of the natural world, but also the need to address areas of potential stress in your life before they become a problem. It is time to meditate and still your mind. Still your mind. Make a habit of taking time to sit and meditate in nature and allow all the stress to flow out of you and into the earth. And that's also great if you do that barefoot, if you can. If you have like any kind of grass near you that doesn't have like glass or, dog stuff in it or whatever. Like if you have a safe place where you can like take your shoes off and ground back down to earth, that really, really, really helps with what they're talking about. Um, and that just has everything to do with like the electromagnetic waves that run, the current that runs through your body as well as the earth and all that kind of shit. Um, so, and yeah, just feeling the grass on your feet, like that's not something you do every day. Um, and so it really does something for the mind. Let's see. Well, it's a new experience, but it'll also relax you to an extent. Speaking of which, there's grass. As I'm saying that, there's grass on the screen, so take that as a sign. All right, where are we at? Breathe deeply and allow yourself to relax and become one with Gaia and Great Spirit. Reconnect. You do not have to believe. Just allow yourself to be still, at peace, and free of impurities and worries that cloud your senses and good judgment. Boom, baby. All right. So now we on to our major arcana. Yo, we got 4 major arcana cards right here, just so y'all know. Oh, and we only got 6 cards. Oh, wait, never mind. Did this fall? Where are these? I don't know where these are. Oh, this is the woman and man that fell out after when I asked for clarifiers. But prior to that, we had 6 cards. And then when I said, are there any clarifiers, 2 fell out. So back at the 6 and the 8. Y'all can go back to the other reading and see the numerology. I broke it down for those wondering. Anyways, healing. I'm back to healing. All right, page 75, card number 6, page 75. Yep, you guessed it. 12. All right. 33. Man, that grass is so pretty. Dude, I think I'm just gonna have to do psychedelics tonight. It just feels like that night. And then it can help me stay awake, help me connect deeper with y'all. Whatever. Back to the point. Healing. All right. Keywords: healing, release, purification, forgiveness, transformation, infection. Some of the key phrases. Those are all the keywords, but some of the key phrases are: do what's necessary to increase well-being. What the did I just tell y'all earlier? What did I just tell you, dog? I'm telling you this message is for somebody. This shit might be for me, really, you know what I mean? But I did my work yesterday, you know what I mean? So, boom. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Do not dwell on the unchangeable past. Dog, that memory that you have of them is, first off, it's the memory you have after you've come some ways. Like, you've already progressed, you know what I mean? I know personally, every 4 days I'm like a new person or some shit. I learn quickly, I adapt, I adjust quickly. So whether you just broke up with them last week or 4 months or 6 or 10 months ago, you're a different person now. Okay. And so you're looking back at a situation. Hindsight is 2020. That's why they say that. Like, you're looking back at a situation as you're now transformed and you're now a new person and you're now, on some whole nother shit. Like, you on a whole nother level. You know what I mean? Most of y'all, anyway. If you're watching this channel, you on a whole nother level. I'll just tell you that right now. Not as no cocky shit. I just mean, like, I'm not on no. I don't produce low vibrational shit. You see what I'm saying? So you already on a new wave. Now, like we said with this healing card, do not dwell on the unchangeable past. If your person has done work as well, right, and they're willing to, like I said, compromise and meet you with the standards that you have set for yourself, then by all means, go ahead and maybe allow yourself to give that another chance or opportunity. However, do not go jump back into that shit because, you're lonely or you're feeling like whatever the hell you feeling right now. Pause, take a minute, and then reassess the situation. Now, shift your attention. Oh, that's what some of the other key phrases are. Shift your attention. Do not allow your pain to hurt others. That's a big one. Okay, that's big. To be human is to be wounded. Yeah, man, let that sink in for a minute. To be human is to be wounded. You came here to feel. You see what I'm saying? I was thinking about this last night as well. I don't mean keep bringing me up. I'm just giving you like different examples and shit. But you came here to feel. You know what I'm saying? Spirits, they can't feel. So when they look, even that movie I told y'all to go check out, or that maybe I mentioned or whatever, but Soul, you might have seen the commercials and stuff on Disney Plus. I was surprised that they had so much metaphysics and quantum physics in that movie. But one of the things is like that they really stress is like when you're in that other realm, you can't feel shit. You know what I mean? You can't taste nothing or smell. So like they illustrated it with like at one part the little soul, one of the souls, like it eats a piece of pizza and it just poops it right out. Like it just goes straight through the body because the body, there's no body, you know. So you don't know what pizza is, what it feels like, tastes like, smells like. You don't know what New York City is. You know what I'm saying? Even on even if you've never been there, you can kind of get the energy or the vibe of New York. And so, you have none of that. You don't have your heart being broken by love or whatever. Now, there are jealous entities or gods or whatever you want to say. There are spirits with negative intentions and stuff, but that's just like they couldn't let go or they just miserable people, or they, whatever. But there's always that polarity. There's always going to be destruction, right? The universe is all about checks and balances. So but even then, for the more benevolent spirits, like they look at you like, damn, like I wish I could feel that type thing. Same time though, other entities feel like being human is being trapped. You know what I mean? I've felt like that multiple times. But one of the good parts of that is recognizing that here on this earth or in this existence, you can feel and experience things that you can't when you're at the great beyond, quote unquote, is what they called it in the movie. But just whatever your word is for it. Right here, this deck is called Gaia, right? So they call it Gaia. Heaven, whatever you want to say, universe, galaxy. When you out there, it's not the same. So yeah, you're a spirit and you can move free and do what the hell you want to do or whatever, but you can't there's certain things you miss out on by not being in a human flesh, which is why you also have drop-ins. You'll have spirits just drop in to people. That's been documented a couple times. So anyways, back to the point. Don't dwell on the unchangeable past. To be human is to be wounded. A time to connect to your body, mind, soul, spirit, and soul, which we just talked about on the last card. Nurture passions and seek pleasure. Okay, nurture your passions. That was the fire card that was telling us we need to practice our shit. Okay. Find the source of disease, right? Find the source of disease and distress. Need to forgive. This goes on and on, but you guys get the overall. Don't dwell. Let that shit go, but connect with whatever is bothering you and whatever is disrupting your body and your mind and your spirit. Okay. Now, the meaning of the healing card. The healing card illustrates our third reason for being. However, it covers healing on several levels and does not necessarily suggest or imply that you are wounded or in need of healing, at least not on a conscious level. A happy, safe, and peaceful life does not always accord us with perfect health and well-being. Every person is vulnerable to dis-ease, whether it manifests in physical, mental, or emotional stress, or as a feeling of emptiness and longing that is born of spiritual wounds. Humans are a part of hierarchical race. We have a social order with the elite and the wealthy at the top and the uneducated and poor at the bottom. We are a species that is driven to win, with each of us striving to do better, to be better than the generation that came before. Those at the top want to stay there, and those at the bottom want to reach the top. We are goal-oriented and believe that success moves us forward and failure sets us back. We are on a perpetual quest to improve, whether it be our social standing, quality of life, or a simple desire to be a better person. We must be better. We must do better. But what is better? In our quest for betterment, are we making ourselves ill? Hold on one second. I don't know what happened to my mic. There we go. Okay. Sorry. We must be better. We must do better. But what is better? Is our, in our quest for betterment, are we making ourselves ill? In the simplest terms, we often see success and failure in the same light as we do life and death. To succeed is to live, to fail is to die. Or worse still, to descend into poverty, mediocrity, and obscurity. Oh God, yes, mediocrity. I was just talking about that. When a man said about the standards, you know what I'm saying? I can't do that. I mediocrity is just not acceptable to me. Like I fucking hate it. You know what I mean? My standard is I need to achieve more. You know, and if someone's gonna sit there with all the potential in the world and all the ambition in the world, and like me look at them, yeah, I'm gonna push you to be better. You know what I'm saying? Like you could help heal the world, not just heal yourself, but heal the world too. Like, and you're just sitting here, you know. And I literally before this reading, I was thinking like, yo, if you want to sit here in mediocrity, do you? But I can't do that. So as far as that goes, I need to go. Like I have to leave a relationship that's not conducive to that, like to my growth. Because I want to grow and you want to sit here on the couch and keep doing the same mediocre bullshit. Well, you know what I mean? I'm out. So it's crazy that worse than death is to descend into poverty, mediocrity, and obscurity. Legacy is everything. Anyways, we become fixated on being the best, succeeding at all we do, and yet may still fail to thrive. We may find we are not happy. We may find we are not healthy. Sometimes we find that even when we do accomplish our goals and are rewarded with wealth and prosperity, we are not satisfied and crave more. Are we enduring and doing only what needs to be done in order to survive? Are we so fixated on acquiring possessions that we have forgotten that happiness and well-being begin within us? Are we truly living? That question has popped up 3 times this week. Pay attention. There is often so much going on around us in our day-to-day lives that we disconnect from our body, our thoughts, and emotions. To such an extreme that when somebody asks, "How are you?" we automatically say, "I am well," regardless of our true feelings or whether we are physically well or not. To do this is an act of self-preservation and hides our vulnerability, our weariness, our dissatisfaction, and our dis-ease from others. We may be afraid of being honest because to do so could reveal our weaknesses in a world where we must always be strong in order to survive and succeed. The sad truth is that we may not only be doing it in order to hide our true state from others, but to hide it from ourselves. Ooh, lying to yourself. Why? The healing card symbolizes a need to reconnect and listen to what your body, mind, and feelings are telling you. To work with them instead of against them. Whether it be as simple as addressing a physical ailment or addressing that empty ache that comes from denying ourselves enjoyment and connection, this card signals that it is time to rip off the layers of illusion, the protective armor, and the masks. Literally. No, not literally. And the mask, and look at what lies beneath. Are you fulfilled? Do you love your life? Are you happy, or do you need everything that you strive for in order? Or do you need everything that you strive for in order to be happy? Are you living a fulfilling life that you love, or are you simply enduring and lying and dying a little more each and every day? The healing card brings with it questions like these. It also asks you to look at your life and determine whether your path heals you or harms you. If it is the latter, the healing card reminds you that it is in your power to change direction. You are your own God. It doesn't say that here. I'm just saying, like, in that sense of, only you can heal you. Only you can make things happen for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, so many people get fixated on this idea that things are outside of you, right? There are external factors because there's other people living in the world, of course. But, many times when your mind is not in the right place, you'll start seeing more and more and more negative shit or unexpected things or whatever happen. When you're in a heavy, high vibration, or in a, you know, taller state, then you'll start seeing more and more things align for you. And well, anyways, this card is very powerful. I mean, it has like a lot. Like they've written like 3 pages, 3, 4, 5. I read. Right, I read 1, 2. Yeah, they've written like at least 6 pages just on this one card. Like this is a fucking. I mean, but look at the questions that it asks you. You know, like, do you love your life? You know, like, do you love your life? Because if you don't, you know what I'm saying? That's exactly what they're alluding to. Like only you can take the steps to change that. You know what I'm saying? Not to say it means exclude people. You know, utilize your circle, or utilize people around you, if they are in your benefit and can help you. But if they're not serving you anymore, man, you just gotta take off and do your own thing. I mean, you have to. Like, this is your only chance at this incarnation, right? So even if you believe in reincarnation, this is only your only chance to live now. You only die once, okay? Like I said, reincarnation is a whole nother thing, but even then, this is your only opportunity now. This time. This time, okay? And if you don't believe in reincarnation, well then damn, you really only do die once. Like you don't have another shot at this. You know what I'm saying? So um these are some heavy questions that you need to look into for real. Um and then here it's talking about like the past. I think this is if you do a certain spread, because it's talking about if it was in the past position, if it's in the present position, or the future. Um, I'll just read the first sentence of each, I guess. So, the past. We all, from time to time, find it difficult to let go of the past, especially when a moment leaves us without resolution. Unresolved feelings and painful experiences are memories of them, and the feelings they inspire can become a source of infection that poisons our ability to be joyful in the present. When the healing card appears in the past, it signifies a need to forgive. If another has wronged you and their actions have brought you pain, the time has come to forgive them. And if you have hurt someone and have no means to undo what you have done, it is equally necessary that you forgive yourself. Wow. Again, you were a different person then. You know what I'm saying? And these are themes that have been popping up for me as well, this week, or however long, month or something. So, well, if you need additional help on that, I got you. Where else we at? So the present. Where did the present go? Okay. The present. Is it time to have a health check? Yeah. If the card appeared in the present, but again, that's for a certain spread, but I'm still going to read it. All right. The present. It is time to have a health check. No, I think so they did type that wrong. It's not just me. Okay. Is it time to have a health check? You might not have visited with your chosen health practitioner for a while, and it might be time to do so, just to make sure that everything is as it should be. Address any resolved health issue in the present so that it does not develop into something more problematic in the future. If you are in pain and you do not know why, seek help. If you have unexplained symptoms and reactions, now is the time to discover why. Act now so that your future is long and bright. All right, and then it goes on and on and on. So, it also says life is too short and laughter is always the best medicine. That's the last, one of the last lines in that. All right, now lastly, the future. When the healing card appears in the future position, it is indicative of a need to look at the way you why am I reading like that? It is indicative of a need to look at the way you react and respond to others so that future relationships remain sound and difficult situations that need not arise do not arise. There are times when illness, physical impairment, emotional anguish, and loss causes pain and cannot be switched off. It is pain that can only be endured and if possible, repressed and ignored. This is the kind of pain that is always present and impacts on all aspects of our lives. It is pain that erodes our ability to be patient and kind. It makes us hard and unyielding. It is pain that not only causes us distress, but also causes us to inflict pain on others unintentionally. If you find yourself in a position where another's words inspire an angry action that is disproportionate to the situation, ask yourself why. Why are you so angry? Why does the situation create emotions so intense that you want to yell? If your reaction is your reaction natural or a justified response to the situation? Yeah. Is your reaction natural, a justified response to the situation? Man, this thing is like full of typos, bro. Or I'm really, really like out of it. I don't know. This is what happens when I'm sober. Okay, anyways. Or are you overreacting because you are in pain? So basically, if you blow up on somebody, was it justified? Like, did they do something of equal fucked upness? Or, you know what I'm saying? Are you acting out because of some other shit that you have going on? Is basically what that's saying. But keep in mind that pain is like, that's also part of the human experience. You know what I'm saying? So you just have to, like I said, to be human is to be wounded. That's one of the key phrases of this whole reading, or that whole card. Like, you just got to get to a position of learning positive coping skills. You know what I'm saying? Put those in your toolbox for when it's time. The very next page and card, actually, they came out in that order, is love. I did shuffle multiple times. All right. Keywords: love, infatuation, love for self, bro. I think that's what all this ties back into. And that's crazy because before I did my course and all that yesterday, before I got tied up yesterday, I was thinking, I wanted to do the show. I was thinking about the show and I was like, self-love, self-love, self-love kept popping up. And then with everything that we've talked about so far, it all alludes back to that. And I really need to do a whole nother episode on self-love, but man, like what was popping up when I was doing my practices and stuff earlier was the phrase, oh shit, I already forgot. What was popping up was like discipline is self-love, or self-love is discipline. Like, I remember this Lyft driver telling me once, like, do you love yourself enough to do it? Like, do you love yourself enough to go out and stay disciplined? Do you love yourself enough to go out and, do the job or do the money that you got, get the extra money that you need? Do you love yourself enough to even get started on your dream or your, wild fantasy that everybody thinks you're crazy for, or whatever? Like, do you love yourself enough to go for it, to do it, to achieve everything that you set out to achieve, that you wish you could achieve? You know what I'm saying? And so anyways, yes, love, that's another video I gotta do. When we think of love, like I said yesterday or day before, like, stop blaming love for what that motherfucker did to you. Like, she crushed you, he hit you or abused you, or she, or they didn't understand you, or they verbally, assaulted you, or they, whatever you could think of, slept with your cousin, slapped your mama, whatever. Okay, they did that. That was that person, that was that soul, that energy. And a lot of times the way people react to you, a lot of times in a negative way, has more to do with them than it does with you. Even positive, the way a person reacts to you or treats you has everything to do with them. And a lot of times people are lashing out. And so if that is the case, like, remember not to equate that with love, because it's not love, even if they say it is. Now, people show and give love in a different ways, but my point is that, like, love is like that pure shit that makes the universe run. You understand what I'm saying? Like, the whole universe is love. Like, it's just love, you know what I mean? Now there's polarities of that, you know. Some people they love their family or their religion so much that they would, kill you, literally kill you, or, take your life away because of their beliefs. Um, Jihadists to, these crazy ass serial killers to, people feeling like they're justified to take a life because somebody whistled at their daughter type shit. You know what I mean? Like all the way around, all the way around, all the way around. Um, yeah, like those to me are deranged views of love. But the point is, you don't associate it with that person or their moral conduct, their moral standard. Okay, love in its purest form, like what a child would have or like what a baby would offer type thing, if you just looked at a baby in the crib. I'm not saying you have to have kids or nothing, but like if you were to just go to the hospital and observe a child, like a baby, a newborn, that is love. Okay, so when you feel that, it should be everywhere you go. Like you should feel that newborn love in any kind of love that you give or receive. But like I said, a lot of times when somebody hurts us, we start saying, man, fuck love, fuck love. It's like, it's not fuck love. It's fuck you for choosing the wrong partners continuously and not trying to figure out why you keep attracting the same shitbags. You keep attracting the same kind of person and you're not figuring out why. That's what you should say. Fuck love too. It is all these jacked up people you keep attracting. Now, or not walking away once you figure out how jacked up they are. That's another part of it. Anyways, love for self, love for life, expansion. These are some of the other keywords. So again, I think that's what this whole damn reading is about, man. Just being disciplined. Like we're gonna get to the other stuff, but like, yo, so far what we see, just being disciplined, dedicated to your practice, grounding with the earth, grounding with yourself, figuring out what the hell's going on within you, what's going on inside of you. Is this life something that you love? Is it, or is it something that you're just enduring? You're just trying to get by. You know what I mean? All that kind of shit. So let's get into it. Key phrases. Love is multifaceted. All right, so yeah, love is multifaceted. Is it love or infatuation? That clearly, obviously, is romantic or whatever. How do you feel about yourself? Ooh, that's a good one. See? How do you feel about yourself? Honor your body as a temple. Stop making comparisons. I don't know who the hell needs to hear that. But yo, stop comparing your new person to your ex. Like that ends so many fucking relationships because you keep anticipating that this new person is gonna do you wrong like the last person, or this new person doesn't do it like how such and such used to do it. Like such and such ain't here no more. You understand? If you want them back, then you need to go make that happen. But clearly you don't want them for some reasons. So, yo, the fuck, like, stop holding your new partner accountable either positively or negatively to what your last partner used to do. Like, that's not fair to them, but it's not fair to you either. It's not fair to anybody in the game because you clearly are not with your ex for a reason. So it's not fair to them. It's not fair to you because you're not allowing yourself to open up to new opportunities. And it's not fair to the new person that's trying to come in and treat you right or to give you that love. You know what I'm saying? Like you could use it, I guess, as an indicator of what you want and don't want, but but this also applies outside of romantic love. I'm just thinking of that off the top. But yeah, stop comparing your life to others as well. On social media, they love to show the positive sides of their life. They rarely show the hard times, the negative times, shit like that. So, anyways, love and enjoy your uniqueness. See? That's literally 2 words down or 2 little sentences down. Open your heart to new loves. Bruh, I'm telling you, I can't make this shit up, dog. All right, I just be spitting off the top of the dome, and then the shit would be right there in text, right there in black and white, like crazy. All right. So the meaning of this card, number 12, the and anyways, meaning the fourth reason for being. What? Oh, okay. This book. All right, let's go. The fourth reason for being is to experience love in all of its forms, from codependent and need-based love to big unconditional universal love. I just spoke on that. Universal love, man. The universe is love, and to understand that love comes in many different forms and guises. There is the innocent, trusting love that a child has for a parent, and the unconditional love a parent has for a child. There is the love one has for self, and the love one has for others. There is the love we feel when we do the things we love, and the love we feel when others appreciate what we do. No, I did not read this ahead of time. Motherfucker, I'm telling you, the minute I said all this, like, this shit is right here. I'm low-key psychic, bro. I got to start developing my skills a little bit more. Because I told y'all, like, some shit could happen, and then 2 days later it'll happen. Like, I'll just think a random thought, and then 2 days later it'll happen. Like, it's crazy. It's fucking wild. Anyways, I'll get into that later. there is our love for family, love for community, love for nature, love for the gods we choose to worship, whether those gods be born of science or religion, or the humans we choose to idolize, celebrities. There is sexual love or mentors. There is sexual love, platonic love, playful, affectionate love, selfless love, crazy love, and more. We are here to learn that love is as multifaceted as we are, and that love is neither intrinsically good nor bad. Love is a cosmic force that will shape us or break us, depending on how we choose to experience it. And just as we have a choice in what we experience, we have a choice in how we perceive and experience love. Boom. And then this goes into the whole past, present, future thing as well. So just very briefly, the past. When the love card appears in the past position, it is addressing a past love that still has influence upon your present. A past love is about to re-enter your life, and you will need to explore your feelings. Are you holding on to a love that has served its purpose? Or is this one of those loves that deserves a second chance because it ended for all the wrong reasons? Are you coming to a place of realization that you could have made a mistake and walked away too soon? They put made a mistake and walked away too soon. Just be sure that nostalgia does not have you in its grip. Relationships end for good reason, and sometimes when we look back to the past, we remember only those things that made the relationship feel sacred and passionate instead of remembering the reasons it ended. If the relationship is to be rekindled, be sure the foundations are solid and not built on quicksand. Okay. Now, if you got ghosted or your person don't communicate, you don't know why it ended, think about the reasons why you were maybe doubting it at that time, or reasons why you wouldn't want to be with your ex right now. Like, don't just keep thinking about all the good, happy times and yada yada, and oh my God, they were there for me and shit. Like, that's another thing. I was like, well, no wonder I'm so attached. She was there for every major, like, life stone or milestone, last year, like, things from, like, everything from surgery to finding my birth family, you know what I mean? After 28 years of being separated or whatever, like, everything, she was there. But then I realized, wait, but she wasn't there. Like, she wasn't necessarily consoling, like, in the way that I needed or the way that most humans would need, you know what I'm saying? It was more of like a, okay, what's next type thing, So she wasn't there, like, nurturing me or there, I guess, in that type of way. Like, it's easy to just say, like, oh my God, you were there for every major life stone. Like, I need you, and then ignore the fact that, like, but then on every major event we argued or every major event you kind of left me alone to have to, like, deal with and decipher all these feelings alone, which is good practice, I guess, if you're going to be alone for the rest of your life. Like, it's good practice to know how to get yourself through things, but there's a reason why we have friends and family and are in a relationship. Like, why be in a fucking relationship if I'm having to do everything myself anyway? Like, just for sex? Like, you could be a fuck buddy for all that, Um, I don't know. You know, some people operate differently. But but the majority of people would expect their spouse to be there during a life altering event, a major event. You know what I'm saying? But you being there physically is not the same as the emotional support that I might need. You know, so anyways, not just I mean you get what I mean. All right, so and then in the present position, that was the past position, and like it goes on and on, it kind of repeats itself. The present position, when the love card appears in the present position, it speaks of the important role self-love plays in our day-to-day lives. How you feel about yourself in the present will shape your relationships with both yourself and others. Fucking right. I just told you. The way people react to you has everything to do with them and very little to do with you. So, yo, that could be positive and negative. Like, you know, the way you feel about yourself is how you're going to react or shape your relationships with others outside of you. Everything internally manifests externally. So, like the healing card was saying, you know, dis-ease, whatever the fuck is going on inside of you is going to come out outside, whether that be I don't know, ingrown toenail or acne or being sick, being laid up in a hospital, or being, you know, having a head cold or whatever. All that shit ties back to running yourself down and ties back to you. You know what I mean? Anyways, then it goes, it says, it can either motivate or prevent you from following your dreams and nurturing your passions. It will influence all that you endeavor. Dog, I'm telling you, bro. Like, I don't even need to read from the fucking book. I like reading from the book because it offers different perspectives, or I guess ways that I might not be communicating properly. Like, people would trust a book before they just trust the shit out of my mouth. But bro, I'm literally saying the shit and then reading it 3 or 5 sentences, just, you know, 3 pages later. Like, yo, that last part, it will influence all that you endeavor. It's about following your dreams and nurturing your passions. That's what the Lyft driver was talking about. Yo, do you love yourself enough to do this? Like, to delay gratification and fucking dedicate yourself to what you need to dedicate yourself to. You know what I mean? And then the next, the future. Okay. I'll read the first couple sentences of this as well. Oh, before that though. Know that you are divine and that you are not only worthy of love, but are loved. You are loved. You are. You just gotta refine that self-love for you, baby. And of course, the universe loves you. All right, let's see. I can't say I love you. I've never met you. I have a genuine, much love to you until you show me otherwise. How about that? All right, now, the future. When the love card appears in the future position, it represents new love, a growing love, or an infatuation that is to come. The future position is all about opportunity and potential. In this case, it alerts you to a new possibility for love so that you can prepare yourself to meet that potential with open heart, mind, and arms. Yo, stop comparing your new shit to your old shit, okay? This new opportunity is not that old opportunity. Yeah, you gotta use your mistakes and maybe other people's mistakes to navigate and look out for things. But do not think that this new opportunity around the corner is the same as your old shit. Just because you failed at something or were scared or whatever the fuck happened, something fell through before, don't mean it's going to happen now. But if you bring that energy, that old energy, oh my God, it's going to fall apart, then yeah, it will. You know what I mean? When your new love shows up in your life, don't be fucking comparing her to the last chick, you know what I mean? Or last dude, last asexual, pansexual, whatever the fuck, LGBTQI thing, okay? Like don't, that being, whatever that being is in that human body, do not compare that shit to your old shit, okay? Accept the new opportunities, embrace the new shit. It's time of expansion. So I'll just go ahead and read the rest of this. The love card here also may the love card here may refer to a time of expansion. I can't read. Oh my gosh. Maybe I don't need to read this part, but I thought this next sentence was interesting. The love card here also may refer to a time of expansion or of doing new things, going new places, meeting new people, and learning new lessons. Boom. Okay, I see why I didn't have to read it because I already done told y'all that shit. We already talked about it. All right. The next major arcana is thoughts. I don't feel like thought is going to be as long as the other two. But these are important, man. Like, that's why even though my mouth is dry and I'm hungry or whatever, I'm doing this because this is important shit. Now, thought, page 112. 3, 4. So, half of 8. And the other page that we were reading, the 75, page 75 equals 12, which equals 3, which is half of 6. 6 and 8. I'm telling y'all. All right, where are we at again? I already forgot. Oh, page 112. Yo, numerology is important as fuck. You can say what the hell you want to say. I'm telling you, it's popped up every single day of 2021. You could stay back in 2020, 2019, 18, where the fuck you at. But here, the shit matters. It counts. All right. It always does. Now, thought. Keywords. Thought. Thought, reality, power, attention, focus, attraction, positivity, negativity, universal law. We did talk about universal law, checks and balances earlier. Key phrases. Be realistic instead of optimistic or pessimistic. Oh. Question the critical mind speak. Oh. Change your mind. Change your life. Oh. Yo, that's the message from 2021, remember? Multiple readers said it, and then my first day reading, I said it about once you change your old constricting mind frames and thoughts and all of that, your life will start to fall in order this year. Like, this year is about that action, like changing your limiting beliefs, because you will get everything you need, fucking abundance and prosperity, in this year 2021. So it's gonna be a good ass year, boy. Well, if you did the work. I mean, I don't know, some of y'all still stuck in 2020, so all right, anyways. Dude, I don't even know when the inauguration is. All right, do we have a new president yet? I don't know. I think it's the 21st. I don't really care. That's the point. I'm not stuck in the past. All right. Thought creates reality. Stuck in past, y'all be watching that shit every day. Why y'all watch shit you hate? I do wonder that, though. Y'all talk about y'all hate 45 so much. Every day you spend your life engulfed in that shit. I don't even know what the fuck's going on in the world right now. I mean, I guess it's a good or a bad thing. I guess you should know current events, but you should be focused on you, your present moment, and your future. Anyways, if your future is to help save the world, then yes, you should be focused on current events. However, caveat, you cannot help save others if you cannot save yourself. If you have yet to save yourself, you can't do a goddamn thing for the world or the community or Black Lives that matter. And who the fuck are you trying to convince? Do Black Lives matter to you, or why are you, who are you trying to convince? You know what I'm saying? Now, if that's your life work, your purpose, go do that. But you got to work on you first before you go around trying to be Captain Save a Ho. You don't even know how to keep yourself from drowning. So, back to the point. Thought creates reality. Back to what the fuck we've been saying. Thought is the foundation of consciousness. Don't rush your thinking. Be certain. Thought is energy. Oh, that's a good way of putting that. Our conscious and unconscious mind in accord. Now, that's something. Earlier, they had mentioned something, and I wanted to touch on the subconscious, but yo, that's a good point. Are your conscious and unconscious mind in accord? Again, things that you're repressing, suppressing, things you don't want to deal with, that right there in your face and you know that they are, they manifest physically. So, boom, baby. All right. The meaning of this card. What the hell is this goddamn? I think this is Latin. All right. Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. This simple statement expressed by Rene Descartes. Oh, that's Descartes, right? He's a famous somebody. Is a founding principle of Western philosophy. Now I know he's a philosopher. I was just messing around. But that song by Billie Eilish, yo, oh my god, I love that song. I love the chorus of it. The other shit is just like, all right, whatever. She's talking about whatever. You can go check it out. It's called "Therefore I Am," or yeah, or it's I just called "I Am." Whatever. It's like her newest shit, her newest release thing. Anyways, the video was shot in a mall or something. Like you that shit bangs, bro. Like I recommend you go bump that shit right now. I'm not gonna do it on here because I got enough copyright strikes. But yo, y'all go check that out. Anyways, it'll get you pumped. I'll get back to the reading. I'm just saying. Anyways, I think therefore I am. It means if one questions one's existence, the very act of doubting and then questioning is proof that one does indeed exist. But what if you are a figment of your own imagination or the imagination of a god mind? Ooh. What if you were something else dreaming of being human? Or only existing because someone or something is dreaming of you? Oh, damn, that's pretty good. I'd love to be somebody's dream. That's pretty cool. Like a figment of their imagination. Like I'm somebody's conscious, you know what I mean? Not conscience or consciousness, but I mean like conscience. Like, you know how you have the angel and the devil on the shoulder type thing in the cartoons and shit? I think that'd be pretty cool. Somebody made me up. Anyways, I made myself up. I am my biggest art project. What are we talking about? Okay. We may think we are human. We may think we are real, possessing a solid physical form. We may think our world is what it is, but at a quantum level, research suggests, speaking of quantum physics, research suggests that the world around us does not exist unless we focus our attention upon it. It does not become real and remains fluid and changeable until we give it substance, definition, and form. You think the table or chair in front of you is there. Your senses and mind give it substance and form, and so, therefore, it is. But at a quantum level, the table does not exist until you focus your mind and attention upon it. But I'm not focusing my elbow resting on this. Well, now I am. Whatever. All this is vibrating right now. I'm telling you, I'm sober. I mean, like, the table that you're in front of or whatever is vibrating. Matter vibrates. The whole universe is vibrations and frequencies. That's why I keep telling you to get on a higher vibration. Anyways, you think... Oh, yeah, we already did that. Thought creates reality. Thought is the second and one of the most dominant of the influence cards in the deck. For thought, like emotion, will determine the direction of your life. Your thoughts, the way you think, shape and create the world around you. What and how you think is as true a reflection of you as the face that looks back at you when you gaze in the mirror. Even that's questionable. However, from a scientific standpoint, thought still remains a mystery. Earlier, I read, or there was some article that popped up about scientists saying that the mind is not in the brain or the body, which, again, in the metaphysical community, we've known that for years, you know, or you've maybe heard that before, like your mind is not a part of the brain type thing. If you haven't, like I said, even scientifically, like in labs, and you know, some people need logic and science over everything else. So they have an article out right now. It was on Firefox, but whatever, you can search it. That, yeah, about that exact thing. I mean, science still doesn't understand consciousness to this day, and that's very interesting. And I said that it's questionable about the mirror because I don't know, sometimes I look in the mirror, I don't recognize my damn self, so I don't know. What and how you think is as true a reflection of you as the face that looks back at you in the mirror. I'm telling you, I change every 4 days. Anyways, neuroscientists, however, from a scientific standpoint, thought still remains a mystery. Neuroscientists are learning the mechanics of thought but why it occurs is not yet known and can only be guessed at. Oh, so they're looking at the mechanics of it, but they don't know the why it occurs, why thought even occurs. It's interesting. Regardless of the way it operates, though, thought is a complex process that involves both the conscious and unconscious mind, or subconscious is another way you could say that, and is the result of our senses being stimulated by and reacting to the environment in which we dwell. It is the product of mental activity. It is the manipulation of information in a manner that enables us to conceptualize, reason, work through our problems, and make decisions. I know that the unconscious and subconscious are different, but in this context, I believe they're speaking on your subconscious, which you can reprogram. You can actually rewire the neural pathways in your brain. So that's why I said that. Thought is a very Thought is at the very foundation of consciousness, and some would suggest that without consciousness, we would not be human. Now, going back to that as well as the other cards in the reading, thought is a foundation of consciousness and your subconscious. Now, what's funny is like your subconscious rules your conscious mind. So the things that you do day in and day out, the way that you are, your beliefs, your personalities and all that. Well, personality is a little different because you can go off the whole Myers-Briggs thing, but like the things that you do consciously, the things you think about, the things you draw to your attention, your life, that's all from your subconscious programming. Meaning, if you don't think that you're good enough, you're never going to feel good enough. If you think you're not good enough, you probably don't have enough money in your bank account right now. Like, if you don't change your ideologies, your ideals upon money, right? We talked about the other night, so I'm not going to go into depth, but money inherently is not evil. Like, people say, oh, it's the root of all evil. No, it's the vibration of the person possessing the money. Meaning, if that person is greedy, they're greedy with food, they're greedy with sex, they're greedy with people, friends, everything. They are just a greedy person. Okay, money hasn't shit to do with it. It enables the behavior a little bit more, yes. And a greedy person is also more likely probably to get money because they're greedy. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're gonna take everything that they fucking can for them and their family and whoever else. But money itself is not inherently evil. Money does a lot of good things in this world. Money helps heal people. It helps, solve problems. It helps shit. Like, without money, I wouldn't be able to talk to you on this right now. And this might be a reading that you really need to hear. So, like, until you change your limiting beliefs around money, you will never fucking have money. This is not all about money. That's an example of it, right? So reprogramming your subconscious, like, and I guess the reason why I bring up money is because, like I said the other day, me being homeless had everything to do with my lack of self-love and not the money, the financial aspect of it. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure if it was strictly financial or solely financial, then I would have been able to, which I eventually did, find resources and find people outside of family or whoever to help me. But prior to that, it was like that lack of self-love had me sleeping on the streets. And I know it's hard to explain, but I'll go into that some other time. The point is that you need to understand that thought is at the very foundation of consciousness, and your subconscious is at the very foundation of your consciousness, meaning, or at the foundation of your thoughts, meaning on here on YouTube, you can go, or wherever you're watching this, if you go on YouTube, they have subconscious subliminals that you can watch to retrain your mind. There's this one that I watch, and I swear to God, I'm not bullshitting you. 2 days later, every time I watch it, 2 days later, I get money. I'm not kidding. Like, unexpected money. The other day, it was like some fucking letter in the mail of like some 401k at some random job that I was at for like 2 months or something. Somehow had money in it. Like, I can't even explain it to you. I'm just gonna say there's a subconscious. That one is it's a money vibration, subconscious, subliminal. And last week or earlier this week, I listened to it, And after I went and I did the spiritual bath and released everything from my ex and all of that shit, or from that whole situation, how it was then, um, not how it is now, I guess. Whatever. When I did all of that, I came out the shower and it said, your deposit is finalized, or whatever the fuck it said. Some notification on my phone about, oh, your deposit is complete. And I was like, deposit? I was like, I didn't fucking deposit money. I was like, how did I get like an automatic transfer, you know? And then boom, bow, there it was. Hey, I'm just saying. Then oh my god, this one I was wrong about that though. This one does go into the whole past present shit as well. Let me just briefly say this because this thing goes on and on. All right. Thought. The past. The past is the birthplace of all the thoughts that dwell within our minds. Even everything experienced here and what you believe to be the present has already occurred. Several studies have revealed that we make our decisions a few seconds before we think of them. Oh, that's in that movie too. What the bleep do we know? That's in that movie as well, in case you want to check that out. It also takes several milliseconds for our minds to process what we are experiencing. So before our minds have made sense of the moment has already passed. The thought card, when it appears in the past position, asks you or someone you trust, look to the past for answers. Ask that you or someone that you trust look to the past for answers. Doing so will bring clarity and confidence. It could be that something important has been forgotten, and so your thinking is flawed as a result. And that's back to what you're talking about with the love and all that too. You know, you might be focused on the good times or the happiness that they brought you, or the situations that they were there and nobody else was, you know, crying in the bed at 3 a.m. or whatever the fuck, right? But then you're missing all the other aspects and elements of why that individual or that environment, that work, that job, or that whatever is no longer serving you. So just because that job brought you happiness and it gave you the money that you needed to do things doesn't mean that it's not time to move on and start your own fucking company by now, man. What are you waiting on? Anyways, how we think. Oh, so then the present card, because that goes on and on, that other one too. The present. How we think, whether we think in a positive, confident, and compassionate manner, or whether we think in a negative, critical, and judgmental manner, will give rise to the same energy in our day-to-day lives. Our thoughts are energy in its simplest and purest form, just as all that is matter is also energy. So it does not take belief, quote unquote, in a particular concept or ideology for our thoughts to have influence on our day-to-day lives, as well as the lives of those around us. When the thought card appears in the present, it represents taking a holistic approach to the thoughts and accepting their power to shape your reality. Thought, emotion, belief, and perception all work hand in hand with each other. Each is separate from the other, but each also has the power to change one or all four. All four have been shown to govern our overall energy. Again, those are thought, emotion, belief, and perception. They all work in tandem, though they are different things. And one does influence the other. Trust me. Or trust you. Trust yourself. All right. And then here we go. Mind. All is of the mind. All is energy. All that exists within your reality is born of what dwells within your mind or the minds of others. We are all born of the universal mind. Akashic records for that ass. Correspondence. As above, so below. Oh, these are all the different laws of the universe. So let me take this seriously. Nah, but for real. Y'all heard what the hell I said. So these are the 7 universal laws. They are as follows. Mind. All is of mind. All is energy. All that exists within your reality is born of what dwells within your mind or the mind of others. We are all born of the universal mind. That's why I said Akashic records. You can go look at that up if you are not familiar. Correspondence. As above, so below. All that dwells within us dwells externally. Again, manifesting itself physically. That's what I was talking about earlier. What we feel and think within heart and mind, we will see and experience in the world around us and see mirrored in others. We spoke on that yesterday about, you know, if you have a problem with suppressed anger or rage, you're going to see like your boss be a tyrant, or you're going to see constant, you're constantly blowing up, or see people constantly angry around you and shit like that, until you deal with that archetype. Is going to keep popping up. Not just anger, I mean, it could be any archetype, like selfish people and shit. If you're constantly surrounded by selfish people, then you might have something within you that you're ignoring. Now, if you love your shadow self and don't judge it, and you're okay with being selfish, then that archetype will no longer pop up. Or you might find a best friend out of it. So that works too. You can both be selfish best friends. All right. I wish I had that little ching, the little shine thing on the tooth. Anyways, all right, I'm getting back to the point. Vibration. Law of vibration. Nothing is still. Like I just said, this table is vibrating. All is energy, and all that is energy vibrates. Everything we experience with our senses take place on a vibrational level. Everything within the universe vibrates to a particular frequency. Like vibration will attract the same or similar vibration, while those of a different vibration will repel. Dog, I just said it 3 sentences later. But that's very important. Those of a different vibration will repel. People say opposites attract, but it is true that, like, if you're on a higher vibration or not a different space, that's why I keep talking about things falling off or letting people go and all that. Not because I want you to be lonely and miserable, but because when you're on a certain wave, level, vibration, frequency, whatever you want to call it, and people you grew up with or around are still stuck in that old vibration, frequency, whatever you want to call it, you're not going to be able to coexist with them. You're not going to be able to run in tandem with them. It's not going to happen. Like, you're going to try and try and try, and it's going to be like banging your head against a fucking wall, because they're going to be these same people that they were. And you'll try to tell them about new things that you discovered, or like, hey, check this out, or hey, da-da-da, you know what I mean? And I mean, you can do it if you want to do it. I'm telling you from experience and just from what we literally just read. It's a law of the universe. Like, different vibrations will repel. Again, opposites attract, meaning like there's the polarity aspect of, let's say you have two people, like the yin and the yang, right? Like the white and the black. So or the fire and the water. Like, going back to the past situation I was talking about earlier. So if I was fire and she was water, those two things can work, well, kind of work in tandem. I've seen fire on top of water before with oil, but still, like, though they're completely opposite, right? One is very like a domineering force or whatever, and one is like more ebb and flow and different things like that. Even though those two things come together to complete a whole, like the yin and the yang symbol, right? Like, those two things, though opposite, complete one another, or complement one another. Once one of those is on a different vibration than the other one, they will no longer work. So if we use the fire and water example, if you have a fire at a gas station, and all you have is two little droplets of water out of a fucking hose on the side of the building or the back of the building that's all kinked up because it's too short to reach while you're waiting on the fire department. That water ain't doing shit to that fire. And that fire ain't doing shit to that water. Like, it's just not gonna happen because they're on two different waves. Now, when the firefighters arrive and you got big ass gallons upon gallons upon gallons of pumping forceful water to meet that forceful fire, and hopefully nothing exploded by now, then you can talk about some shit, doing some shit, you know what I mean, or corresponding with each other or complementing one another, whatever, you know what I mean. Though the point is for the water to put the fire out at that point. And that, again, that's with the water being more forceful than the fire at that point. So again, When the water is too forceful, the fire cannot exist. When the fire is too forceful, the water, the little trickle of water, cannot exist. You have to have the two of equal power, frequency, vibration type shit. So I hope that made sense. Because, I mean, it makes sense to me, but I'm trying to make sure that I make sense to y'all as well. Hold on one second. One momento. Alright, sorry. Thought I heard something. Had to make sure my shit was set. Anyways, back to the point. Okay, so we did the law of mind correspondence, the law of mind, the law of correspondence, the law of vibration. Alright, so then next, speaking of polarity, the law of polarity. Everything has its opposite, and those opposites are identical in nature, but different by degree. Those opposites are part of the whole, and without both, there is no whole. So again, they're different by degree. You could have powerful ass fire at a gas station and a little trickle of water. There are a little hose, you know what I'm saying? They're not of the same degree, caliber, forcefulness, vibration. They're not of the same anything. You know what I'm saying? But if they were, now if you had the fire that was equally as powerful as the water, again, that shit wouldn't go out. You know what I mean? Because no matter what you did with the water, the fire would still be there. They'd be there combating each other or existing, really coexisting with one another. So yeah, some deep shit to think about, contemplate. Where else we at? Okay, next is law of rhythm, which is the fifth. Everything ebbs and flows, waxes and wanes, transforms and transmutes. Everything has a season, and every season comes to an end as it flows into the next. I feel like y'all's season is on to the next wave. I don't know if it ended, like, it doesn't feel like a permanent ending. None of this feels like, well, from this reading specifically, I don't feel like anything's, I feel like what's ending is the things that needed to already fall off. So like the decaying matter. It's like if you had a big wound on your side, right? A big open wound. Eventually, there's going to be a lot of dead skin and stuff that needs to fall off from that wound. And I feel like the wound that has been there is moving on from like the scabbing to like the skin, the cells and the molecules coming together to like reintegrate that into your body. So for instance, like if you have, that's what a scar is, right? Like a big wound or gash, you know, that has, or even a small one, but something that has disrupted that epidermis, below the epidermis, and that whole level, right? It tore through the skin. So now once the scabbing is done, it reintegrates back into your body, back into your skin, and back into, you know, it looks normal, but there's always that scar. Like there's always that thing that's different. You know what I mean? Like there's always that reminder of like, oh, once upon a time something happened there or whatever, you know what I mean? So I feel like that's what this feels like. It's like the scabbing is gone. This is like your body trying to reintegrate into the body. So, you know, healing, like the healing has, I feel like the healing is on its last leg, in the sense of like whatever you've been contemplating and going over in your mind and not wanting to let go or whatever. I feel like that is like on its last 3 days. And then that's why it's so important to prepare and enhance your skills, like with this fire card. Like, that's why it's so important to ground yourself, because you're going into a new level of healing and of love, but through love, through the pure love. Okay, not the fucking jacked up bullshit. Through the pure, innocent type of love, or unconditional type of love, like understanding type of love. The understanding. Through all of that, you know what I'm saying? You're reintegrating back into your body. So, to finish off the stock card, we are now on to the. Man, I haven't had cards like these in a while, like this in depth. Okay, we are now on the law of rhythm. So, we've done, to recap, law of mind, correspondence, vibration, polarity, and now we are on rhythm. Wait, did we miss one? Mind, correspondence, vibration, polarity, rhythm. Okay. Oh, I already did rhythm. Sorry. Rhythm was the one that says everything ebbs and flows, waxes and wanes, transforms and transmutes. Everything has a season, and every season comes to an end as it flows into the next. I was gonna say, I don't know if that means don't take anything with you from last season. It's just different. It's like your summer clothes versus your winter clothes, your fall clothes. It doesn't mean get rid of your clothes from summertime. You might get rid of some because next year you might not be feeling them, but they just need to have their be put away for a little while. Like, they need to just sit there. Like, that's not your focus right now is what I'm trying to say. So whatever it is you want to apply that to, like, that thing is not your priority right now. Your priority is getting ready for the springtime, for the wintertime first, and then for the springtime. Like, we're in winter now, but the winter is not over, and spring's right around the corner. So baby, you got to get your foundation set. Okay, where are we at? Cause and effect. These are the last two laws, by the way. Well, cause and effect is one, and then gender is the next one. Cause and effect. Nothing happens by chance. Everything happens for a reason, whether that reason be known or unknown. For every action, there will be a reaction, whether it be your actions or the actions of others. We spoke about this already. I'm not going to go into depth. I mentioned that in the beginning of this damn reading about there will be external factors, but your subconscious is the one that dictates all. A lot of times, even if it is some quote unquote external influence, your subconscious is the one determining why you react a certain way, or why you're broke or whatever the case may be for you. All right, next. The last law of the universe is gender. Everything contains elements of both masculine and feminine. You have masculine and feminine energy within you. I'm sure most of you know that. If not, we spoke on that in one of these episodes. Not in depth, but I mean, yeah. Yes, women can have masculine energy. Men do have feminine energy. It's both. It's just that on that level of polarity, where do you lie? Some dudes are like so scared of their feminine side that they overcompensate for their masculine and limit themselves from a lot of things that this life has to offer. As a result, a lot of females are overly masculine as well. And they try to take on that energy too much, and it doesn't. Then their relationships are all jacked up, and they wonder why. It's because they won't allow the man to be the man. Like, they won't allow that kind of flow to go. Anyways, these universal laws influence our lives, and there's never just one law at work in our experiences. They are all working together and weaving every moment in unison, as if our lives were part of some cosmic tapestry. Whether we can conceive it or not, these universal laws are at the foundation of life and existence. With this in mind, it stands to reason that we should at least be mindful and aware, so that we are the master weavers in control of our own loom and thread. Bruh. That's why I'm telling you. Remember, it matters not how much you want to manifest a particular outcome on a conscious level if your unconscious mind thinks, feels, and believes something contradictory. That's what the fuck we talking about. When I said your subconscious controls all, and I went into that whole thing about, I don't know, the money, not the fire, but the money and the vibrations and frequencies and all that shit. It comes back to that sentence right there. That's why I said they're saying the word unconscious, but I feel like they're in this context referring to the subconscious as most of us know it. Because the unconscious mind is more like below your dream state, there's another mind. You know what I'm saying? Like your subconscious rules your dreams. And below that, there is an unconscious that comes into play very rarely. But, yeah. Someone said that the subconscious is 97% of your brain, and then the conscious is 3%. But the unconscious lies within there somewhere. I'm guessing 1.001% or like 1%, and then it rules everything without you knowing. Anyways, it's very, very hard to tap into the unconscious. But the subconscious, you can retrain it and rewire it and all that we spoke on. So, next. So you might ask, if an individual has no awareness of what dwells within their unconscious mind, unless it manifests in specific patterns of behavior in the past, how can he or she have any power over those unconscious thoughts and behavior they give rise to? That is a good question. Again, like I said, certain things I already kind of touched on it about not judging your quote unquote shadow self. You wouldn't have a shadow self if you would stop fucking judging yourself. That's a whole nother topic. Somebody tried to argue with me about whether I had a shadow or not. I know what the fuck I have or not have. It might be known to you as a shadow, but like I fully embrace and accept all the craziness in my head. So like when I stop judging myself, I stop judging other people. And when I stop judging myself, my shadow disappeared. There's no shadow. The shadow is built. Your shadow self, as it's known by Carl Jung, or you can look up Teal. What that girl name is? What that girl name? Teal Swanson, Teal Swan, whatever. She on here on YouTube. She talks a lot about shadow work. Now, the shadow is derived from you being ashamed of yourself or denying yourself or whatever, right? Now, when you get to a place, which is not an easy place to get to at all, you have to literally go from hating yourself, hate like that word and everything it embodies. Not just, oh, I hate that. No, I mean like the real hate. Okay, hate yourself all the way to love, like the purest form of absolute love that you can't even fathom right now, type of loving yourself. That's how the fuck you clear out your shadow. That's how I was able to get there. And it's not an easy journey. And I don't know if I would recommend it. I can't say I wouldn't, but I'm definitely not gonna like recommend that for just any Joe. Like you have to be mentally fucking formidable. Like you have to be like I don't know. I mean fortified, not formidable. I looked at that. I saw that on my desk. It was written down. Anyways, informidable was written on my desk. You have to be, I don't know, solid in your mind state. You know what I'm saying? You have to be like not military mind, but like that kind of association. You know what I'm saying? What people associate with a military mind or being that type of hardcore disciplined or whatever type shit. Like, yo. I'm just letting y'all know right now. Warrior mindset. Let's just call it that. Warrior mindset. You have to. Anyways, the point of that is that your shadow self. I'm sorry if I'm boring y'all, but look, these are the messages I gotta give it to. The subconscious mind. Oh no, we're talking about the shadow. So, your shadow when you like I said, let's say you have this rage and anger that you suppress all the time. You're gonna keep getting these tyrants of bosses, right? You're going to keep being that kind of boss, that kind of teacher, that kind of energy surrounded around you. Your mother, your fucking boyfriend, your whoever, okay? It's going to keep popping up and showing up until you deal with it. So the fact that you don't want to deal with it shows that that's part of your shadow that you're suppressing. The fact that you haven't questioned why the hell this keeps popping up, why this type of energy archetype entity keeps popping up, is because it's part of your shadow that you don't want to face. Usually when you have a problem with someone, the problem lies within you. That's part of your shadow self. So back to the question, if an individual has no awareness of what dwells there in their unconscious mind, or subconscious, whatever, unless it manifests in specific patterns of behavior, how can he or she have any power over those thoughts and the behavior they give rise to? Those unconscious thoughts and behavior. The answer is that rather than focusing on what is seemingly not in your control, you instead understand that you are a being of unlimited potential and allow the seeds of a new way of thinking to take root. Unconscious thoughts, for example, can lose their power and ability to drive a negative mindset by the simple acceptance that good and bad go hand in hand. Therefore, instead of taking a dichotomous approach based on the notion that we must not be negative and must be positive, flow through life with the awareness that there will always be positive rewards and negative consequences to every experience, and you must take responsibility for your role. Instead of being optimistic or pessimistic, be realistic. Embrace a way of thinking that embraces the whole instead of either / or either or instead of either or. There is a silver lining to every storm cloud. Remember to look for it. There is something good to be learned from every failure. Try to learn it. There is a ferryman to be paid for every success. Be prepared and willing to pay your dues. I don't know what the hell a ferryman is. I think somebody on a ferry that takes change. The point is, see everything from both sides. That is also something, if you have, I don't know if I would do a whole video on that, but like I stated early, well, I had typed something earlier on something unrelated to this, and I said, basically there is no good or bad, quote unquote. Like, it's, everybody has their own moral compass. Like, yes, as a society, we agree typically that murder is wrong, but a murderer doesn't feel he's wrong. He feels he's completely fucking justified, especially in a uniform. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm over here fighting a war. They told me to go shoot somebody. Boom, go shoot him. I'm a murderer now. Then they come back home and they can't cope with that shit because they weren't a murderer when they left. A lot of my fellow veterans deal with that problem. The point is that even out of uniform, a murderer feels like he was justified when he did it, or she did it, or is planning to do it, or whatever the case is. You know what I'm saying? Now, that's not to say there's not consequences, okay? But this whole good or bad notion is completely dependent upon that person's moral compass and what they can justify in their minds or not, which is why we create our own hells, because we get stuck in our guilt and all these different things that we can't fucking process or accept, okay? Hell is a mind state. That's what it is. And even if you watch like the show Lucifer, I haven't in a while, but when I remember watching it and they had the hell episode, the first time they showed hell on the show, and basically it was like people trapped in rooms, like not all the hornets and different shit that they mentioned in the book, like in the Bible or whatever, but or that's typically portrayed, but it was literally like people trapped in these rooms just like letting their guilt eat them up, just on loop. So like, let's say that they weren't there for their kid's birthday or something, and somebody choked on cake, or they died, or I don't know, something happened. They will continuously wake up every day, 24 hours a day. That shit is on loop. They can't escape that terrible memory. And the sad part, the crazy part, is they could free themselves if they could just accept it forgive themselves and move the hell on. Like, accept that it happened, forgive yourself, forgive you and whoever else, and move on. But a lot of them can't because they're trapped in that hell, and it's hard to break that cycle when you're in it. So, just like I'm sure it's hard to break these cycles that you're in now with your subconscious and everything we're talking about. Anyways, the point of that was to say, look at both sides of a situation. Like, that doesn't mean that you agree, okay? Just because you accept something, you have a radical acceptance of it, doesn't mean you agree with it, right? So, even though I can see why governments are quote unquote corrupt or whatever, right? Like, that's most people's gripes. Oh, the government's corrupt. Though I can see why they would be, like, it makes sense, logical sense. You have to keep things in check, like checks and balances, whatever. That doesn't mean that I agree with the treatment that they give people. You know what I'm saying? Or this notion that, like, somebody told me this too, like, the government's always 30 years ahead of us, right? And so, like, even with the whole UFO thing, right? They kept denying. Nah, there's no Area 51. There's no aliens. There's no this. There's no that. And, like, telling people they're fucking crazy for the experiences that they've experienced and things. And then last year, all of a sudden, they say, okay, yeah, you're right. So, you know, I can understand why they would operate 30 years ahead of the population. If the population is not ready for that kind of thing, I don't know. You know what I mean? I can understand why, but that doesn't mean I agree with them locking people up and things because they're talking about aliens and then coming out and confirming, yes, there are aliens, you know. Lastly, I can't believe we're still in the same card. Hey, man, it's a lot of thoughts. Lastly, about thoughts. Oh, maybe not, because this did come in reverse. No, whatever. The thought card in the future position has a simple message. Sometimes the best way to achieve the future outcome that you desire is not to think about it unless it is necessary. What? Less is sometimes more. Try not to ponder and speculate at this time. Rather than fill your mind with thoughts of what if or maybe, just set your intentions. Learn what you need to do in order to achieve the outcome you desire, and then allow yourself to stop thinking and simply do what needs to be done. When what needs to be done has been done, step back and focus your thoughts on something else, like having fun. The thought card in the future says you do not need to think so much. Just let it be. Man, oh my God. We were talking about being neurotic yesterday, or day before. I think it was yesterday. About how you're limiting yourself by being too damn neurotic. You think about it too much. You overthink everything, and that's why you're not finding happiness. You can't find your chi, your calling, your prana, your nothing. Like, you can't find it. You can't find it. You can't find you. You can't find it. That thing. Because you think too damn much. You won't allow yourself to feel. You won't allow your intuition to guide you. No, even right now, you're fighting your intuition, man. Listen. You don't have to listen. You just did. Nah, but for real. We did touch on that yesterday, but it's important as fuck. Maybe something we need to talk about every day. Shit. I don't know. Try to think less. I'm not saying don't plan. You still want to plan, but don't let don't let opportunities pass you by because of your deep thoughts. Okay? Because a lot of y'all, or some of you right now watching in particular, have let, I can't see who's watching it. I just know that you are. No, but a lot of you have let this overthinking limit your opportunities, or like make you miss out on an opportunity. And though missing out on an opportunity is sometimes good because another one will come around, sometimes when we miss opportunities, it was the one that we needed. Okay, and now we're gonna have to wait 4 years for it to come back around, or 2 years, or whatever. So you're kind of delaying your happiness, or delaying your purpose here on this earth. Like, you're delaying the healing power that you could be doing for the world or for yourself or for whoever. Because you keep thinking, oh, but what if this, but what if that, but what, and then the damn deadline passed. So now you ain't got to worry about it, because now you just missed your opportunity. You know what I'm saying? And you might say, oh, it'll be better later. That's not always true. Okay, you're keeping yourself from the things that you need to maintain your happiness, or to get you to be happy within or whatever. Cause you keep just over contemplating the shit. Huh? You know it feels right, but you want to ignore that because of your damn thoughts in your brain and shit. Anyways, potential blockage. Oh, they told me not to read that, so fuck it. No. Media driven society. No. Okay. Last card. Oh, my throat hurts. The last card. I'm supposed to go to sleep in 13 minutes. 3 a.m. is desire. Number 20, which is 2. Let's get into it, bye. Hey, number 19, emotions. Interesting. I could go drink that water, but it's all good. Let's keep it going. Desire. Desires, wants, dreams, ambition, goal, price, gestation, manifestation, consequences, selfishness. We've talked a lot about these things tonight. All of them. Gestation, manifestation, selfishness. We were just talking about goals, desire. All right. Key phrases. What do you desire most? How much do you want it? Desire compels action. Make another attempt. Bruh, we can't make this shit up, boy. All right. Great expectations, great disappointment. Ground your desires in reality. Same shit that we were just talking about with thought. You know, it was talking about reality. And then what else? Oh, grounding. We talked about that earlier too. Let your conscience be your guide. I just fucking told you, you're not listening to your intuition, dog. You're not. Even now, you're trying to like fight me on what the fuck I'm saying. Dude, this is shit coming through my head, like coming from other realms that I'm just channeling. And then the cards are confirming, like they're literally here in black and white. You're seeing me do it live, okay? And you're still doubting. Like, I don't know what the fuck else you want from me. I don't know what you want from the universe. This shit is coming through and you still want to deny it. Has your desire waned or changed? What you desire will have a price. That's the thing. You don't want to fucking pay the price. That's all that is. That's what it is. It's gonna cost you. It's gonna cause you and cost you to compromise or change in some type of way, or even maybe financially cost you, and you don't want to do that because you're overthinking it. But if you would do it, you would be on the other side of life and getting everything you want. Like, that money will come back to you. Money comes and goes. Okay? If you're too attached to it, when you start holding on because of a lack vibration, you get less of it. All right? You gotta let the shit ebb and flow. I don't know why we keep talking about money tonight. I guess this is a money and love reading, bro. Shit. What else? Let your conscience be your guide, man. We already talked about that. To desire something at the expense of another, selfish desires mirror a lack within. I didn't even read that word lack before I just said that. All right. Meaning. Oh, because all the arcanas, I guess they have a present, a past, present, and future right up on them. That's why. So I'm like, God dang. All these cards. All right. Meaning, to desire. Oh, the desire card, the meaning of it is to desire. To wish or long for something. To lust or crave is to desire. In simple terms, desire means to want something. Desire is the fourth influence on choice. And when it appears in your reading, it asks that you explore your desires and ask what it is that you want and how much you want it. What are you willing to do in order to achieve your desires? Is desire the root of all suffering? Many religious texts state that desire is something that corrupts humanity and blinds us to our true purpose. However, desire is the state of mind that compels you to act and do whatever you feel necessary in order to fulfill that desire, because you know that you will feel pleasure or be rewarded for fulfilling that desire. For example, you desire a glass of water. Yes, I do. I've been talking, goddammit, for 2 hours. It is hot. You are thirsty. However, you are in the middle of a garden, covered in mud and sweat, and the floor in the house has been freshly cleaned. How much do you want that glass of water? What are you willing to do in order to have that glass of water? Bitch, you better drink from the hose. We just cleaned the house. The hell you talking about? Not calling anybody bitch. Anyways, you can almost feel the coolness as it slides down your throat. Yes, washing away the parched dryness of your mouth. Stop torturing me, please. You know it is going to be so nice, but having that glass of water involves putting down your tools, halting your progress, cleaning yourself off, taking off your muddy shoes, going inside, getting a glass, filling that glass, drinking the water, then putting your muddy shoes back on before coming back out and getting back to work. Bitch, you better use the hose. You see what I'm saying? Even now, I would have to get up, pause what the hell I'm doing. I'm not going to go into the whole thing, but... So, how much do you want that glass of water? How much do you desire it? Do you want it enough to stop and do what needs to be done in order to have it now? Or are you more inclined to wait until the task in front of you is completed? Could waiting also have consequences? Yes, because now my lips are chapped. However, I'm almost done with the reading, so it doesn't make sense to get up and go now. Plus, if I drink the water, then I'm going to start coughing and having to clear my throat a lot, which is going to get very annoying for you all and me. Back to the point, talking about you. I'm just saying you're watching a real live example of this. This is desire in action. Could waiting also have consequences? Desire in action means believing that a particular outcome is good. It is worthy of our desire. It means valuing something as important and therefore worthy of our time and effort. It is desire that drives us to set goals and then act on them. It is desire that inspires us to keep going long after somebody else would have given up. Desire is what motivates you, drives you, compels you to act, to take risks, and to make sacrifices with a smile. Now, I'm going to inhale air. The past. I'm just going to read the past. When the desire card appears in the past position, it represents past desires and hopes that have motivated you and in turn moved you to where you are now. Have you accomplished your desires, i.e. your goals? Or have you given up by the wayside because you changed your mind or have given them up? Is there something that you are still longing for but are afraid to try for? The cost of compromise we talked about. Do you tell yourself time and time again that you cannot have it? If so, are your reasons valid? Or are they without basis and just excuses? Now is the time to address that desire, to reevaluate and determine if it is something worth holding on to, or if it's time to let go and move on. Have you failed to achieve a particular desire in the past and now hesitate to make another attempt? Perhaps the time was not right then. You had other desires that were greater. Now, however, the desire card is in the past position. The desire card in the past position can represent giving something another chance, especially if your desire has not waned over time. Just remember to determine first if it is something you desire enough to work for, or if it is something you simply like to daydream about. Do you have the time and energy to get that thing that you can't stop thinking about? Or is it just something that you like thinking about? You can't stop thinking about it. You just like to fantasize. It's like having, somebody or people used to say, like, you love the idea of me. You don't love me. You know what I'm saying? Meaning, you love this idea in your head of what you think I am or what I could bring or the good times we have together. But then when it comes to my lows, or the times that I'm not, or the times I'm sick, or they're not the most pleasant to be around, or whatever, right? So you don't love me. You just love the idea of me. Like, oh, we could get married and do this and have this and blah 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 blah. Or, dude, you seem so cool. We could rock together. Da 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 da. But then you can't handle when I flake on you, type shit. You know what I'm saying? Not just me. I just trying to throw out some examples to kind of get your brain going. So like when they say like, that desire is still there, but is it something that you really want to work for? Like, do you desire it enough to put in the work, or is it just a daydream? You're just addicted to the thoughts. You don't really want that thing. If you wanted that thing, you could have that thing. If you wanted that thing, you could have that thing, boy. But you don't. You're not gonna get it because you keep sabotaging yourself every fucking time. Why? Well, that's something you and your subconscious need to work out. I can't tell you, all right. The present. I'm not gonna read the whole shit, but I'm gonna say, all right. When the desire card appears in the present, it suggests the time has come to ground your desires in the reality of the here and now. Ask yourself whether your current desires are realistic or unrealistic. Are your methods for putting your desires into action realistic or unrealistic? The law of abundance, that's my shit. The law of abundance tells us that for all we receive, we must be willing to give in equal measure. Ooh. So if we are expecting or desiring a particular outcome but unwilling to act on that desire, that would be an unrealistic desire, because the law of abundance is not a one-way street. Therefore, an equal exchange of energy is required for us to manifest what we desire. For example, if you desire a new sofa, you will need money or another acceptable form of payment, unless you find it on the street. See, I don't know about this little write-up, because as I was reading that, the law of abundance is really focused on the law of vibration that we spoke on earlier. Once your whole being has to want that shit, like really want it, and not like halfway, oh, I think I kind of. No, you have to fucking want it. The abundance mindset will change your damn life. It will save your life and change your life. But your entire essence, like the nerve endings on your fingertips, have to want that thing. You see what I'm saying? Money, job, career, sex, woman, whoever the fuck, like you have to with your whole being want it. Like I told y'all yesterday, whenever I question something or I doubt it, like I have any hesitation, the universe will fucking take it from me. No questions, bro. It will be gone. Okay. So well, I have to be very careful about what I think, but it's not even about what I think is shit. It's just like you have to know that if you have any hesitation, that shit's not coming to fruition. I'm now granted, for instance, like that's not to say it can't. So you can work your subconscious up to that point to say, hey, you know what? I am worthy. I do deserve this. Da 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 da, and then make it happen. But like a good example, if I would have launched my business 3 months ago, 6 months ago, this shit would have failed like bad, and I would have probably given up entrepreneurship for forever. Right? Because I wasn't mentally prepared, and my whole body and my being, I didn't want it. Like I thought, like I was like, okay, I want it. Like I would love to start my own business. I don't want to work for nobody, and this like there was all these other reasons, right? Cool concept, cool idea, but did I desire it with every ounce of my being to the point where like it's either this or dive? No. Do I want it that way now? Yes. So that's just an example. But anyways, back to their write-up about the sofa. I was just saying because, I mean, you can find a sofa on the side of the road. You don't need no damn money for that, but you might get bed bugs. So anyways, for example, if you desire a new sofa, you will need money or another acceptable form of payment. You might know the store owner, and they might allow you to work for the new sofa, but they are unlikely to give it to you for free, unless the sofa is no longer of any value to them. And that likelihood will only manifest if the sofa is damaged in some way that makes it unsellable. If the sofa is damaged and unsellable, will you still want it? Maybe you know how to fix the sofa. Maybe shop soiled or damaged suits Maybe shop soiled or damaged suits your purposes and fulfills your expectations. If your expectations are few and you are willing to spend your time hunting from one furniture store to another in order to grab a bargain in the way of shop soiled or damaged furniture, then you will probably not be disappointed. However, for the rest of us, but do not make the mistake of believing that your desire manifested for free. You are still making an exchange of energies by investing time, petrol costs, meaning gas in the US, and energy in your search. Even the desire to obtain a free piece of furniture needs to be acted upon, and that action is its price. Actually, I see exactly what the fuck you're talking about because nothing in this life is free except for sunlight and air. And because even love costs time, and time is your most valuable resource. So, if you're looking at the system of scarcity. Anyways, the fucking point is that you going from furniture store to furniture store to furniture store, neighborhood to neighborhood to neighborhood to find an acceptable couch that is usually going to be battered up, tattered up, bruised, broken, you know, out in the rain. Like, you don't know what the fuck, you know what I'm saying? You know how long it's been out there, stuff like that. If you are in that position, you're still investing all your energy and time is a valuable resource. So even if it's not financially costing you, it is costing you. Exchange of energies, shit like that. Now, of course, this is not just about sofas. I mean, we're talking about careers, relationships, finances, 1,000 other things. Sorry, I forgot my thing is on. Damn it. Hold on, because I don't want that to save. I accidentally moved the volume level. I don't want that to save. Now, where are we at? Okay, so that was the present. And in the future, there's still more and more and more, but I'm not reading all of that. Damn. They really, damn. All right, the future. Most of us desire long life. Ooh, I guess y'all. Anyways, we also desire a happy life, and yet so many of us choose half a life instead of a full one. Ooh. Why can we sometimes be so afraid of acting on desires that we know would lead to happiness, and in turn create a life in which we are happy and fulfilled? We can be afraid that the more we desire something, the more disappointed we will be if what we desire fails to manifest. We may become fixated on a particular outcome, then, when it fails to meet our expectations, give up, asking, what? They wrote this weird. We may become fixated on a particular outcome, then, when it fails to meet our expectations, give up, asking, why bother if we are not going to get what we desire? When the desire card appears in the future position, it encourages us to take a chance and to let go of expectation. It also comes to remind us that if we do nothing, it may lead to future regrets, and we will most likely be disappointed in ourselves for not trying. Again, do not miss your opportunity because you're overthinking. Also, someone once said their mantra was to expect nothing and appreciate everything. I love that. They personally say it to themselves 108 times with mala beads while they recite it. I think I had wrote it down for myself as expect nothing, appreciate all. I appreciate all. Like the quote unquote bad things, the good things, the heartbreaks, the heartaches, the, you know, sad times, the dry throats, and all the good times and shit. You know what I'm saying? The prosperity, the abundance, the ability to create dope magical songs out of sounds that other people made or didn't make or whatever. Yeah. So, yo. Whew, that was one hell of a reading. It took a lot out of me. However, we have these two that fell out in the fucking reverse. These won't be long. These will not be as long as the others. See, the others were major arcana, so they were super long. We gonna read these too, okay? Because I didn't just do all of that damn shit to not fully understand and get a picture. Now, we talked about this 2021 energy of letting go of past shit, grounding yourself, working at your skills, developing new things, getting out of your fucking head because you don't know nothing, okay? You don't know anything. That's the thing. You need new skills for one, and you also need to let go of these past what do you call them? Preconceived notions, these past people who either are not serving you now or they could be serving you, but you keep comparing them to your goddamn ex who ain't shit, you know what I'm saying? What else? Thoughts, desires, all of this ties in. You have that desire on your mind and you could make it happen. You need to make it happen. Like, there's no way that 6 different cards all tie into the same message, all upright, all, well, the one originally wasn't, but I was told to flip it back. No, it was the thought card. I didn't know if it was, when it fell, I didn't know if it was upright or reversed. And when I tried to reverse it just now, I got a really bad feeling in my stomach. So the point is, look, this shit is not a coincidence. You watching this is not a coincidence. You still watching this after 2 damn hours or however long. It's not a coincidence. So, but we have these blockages. These 2 cards here, they're in our way. So we gonna find out what the hell they about. I think they're both water cards. Yes, they are. Number 3 and 4. 3 and 4 of water. So maybe only one card was supposed to... Whatever. I'm not questioning shit. Page 272 and 274. So we have 9, 10, 11. And we have 9. I can't think, man. I'm crashing. 11, 12, 13. 11 and 13. Which is 2 and 4. All right, boy. Let's get to it. Let's do it. Didn't we have page 270? What the fuck? 270 earlier? No, we had 170. 272. Bro, I need to eat something, bro. I guess I don't need to eat. It's already been 24 hours. Apparently my body's fine. I just need some water. Okay. See, this one is super short. Look at that. Look at that. They didn't even fill out the whole fucking page. I told you. All right, let's get it. The 3 of water for our final 2 cards. Number 1. The 3 of water. Satisfaction, pleasure, joy, hopefulness, anticipation, attachment, expectation, disappointment. Celebrate your victories. Take success from your endeavors. Your success will continue. Allow the outcome to manifest freely. That's that water energy, that feminine energy. Let that shit flow, motherfucker. Stop fighting and resisting with your thoughts and your preconceived notions. Like, you think you know, but you don't know. You don't know shit. Okay? Your subconscious knows it all and it's trying to make it happen for you. You keep blocking the shit. Anyways, free yourself of unrealistic expectations. God damn it. Did we not just read that in the other thing? You see what I'm saying? These cards weren't even nowhere near each other in the deck. Or in this book, for that matter. They're literally on the whole other side of the book. Anyways. Alright, the meaning. The 3 of water represents satisfaction and indicates that you have come to a time to rejoice in life and your success. She stands tall and confident with arms raised in victorious celebration. She has invested greatly in her creative endeavors and is well satisfied with her progress and accomplishments so far. She is positive and hopeful that her success will continue, and so she turns to greet the future with anticipation and excitement. However, we got this bitch in reverse. So this don't apply to us right now. Why? Because I'm about to read it. Because of all this other shit, but I'm about to read it. So let's not waste any more time on the rest of that. Potential blockage. The 3 of water reversed appears in order to caution us against weighing down a potential outcome with the burden of our expectations. Make sure your hopes and desires are realistic and let go of those that are not. Free yourself of the binding nature and weight of unrealistic expectations, and in doing so, allow the outcome you seek to manifest in its own way and time. Remember, the more you expect, the more disappointed you will be if the future you hope for does not unfold as you imagined. So, and it's not on this page, but earlier we saw something that said, greater expectations, greater disappointment, right? Was that last card? It was one of those, but that sums that up perfectly. Like, they said it in the beginning of the book on that other card, and here it is again. Man, just ebb and flow like the water, dog. Just let shit come and go. You know, when you're too attached to the things, that's when the shit goes crazy and haywire. You know, I'm not saying like don't plan and shit, but you gotta give things room to breathe. So again, yeah, plan and do what you can, right? But also understand that things are gonna unfold how and when they need to. And boom, the number 6 is back again. It's 3:12 in the fucking morning, baby. Telling you, man. Number 6 is about finances and family. We talked about the numerology and all of that. If you don't know, you can go back to tomorrow. Go back to yesterday or day before. Whatever. I'm letting y'all know, man. 2021. All right. Now, the 4 of water. Oh, and again, remember we said, so she was rejoicing, but in reverse, I said she looked like she was like tied up or bound. You're tied up. You're bound, man. You're bound to your expectations while the shit ain't working out. Okay. Now, you're too hard on yourself. You're too hard on everybody around you, on others. You're too hard on others. Now, oh, good God. 4 of water, the last card of our reading. Boy. Keywords: confidence, awareness, self-acceptance, forgiveness, self-belief, deserving, receptive, consequences. Some of the key phrases are: you are beautiful. Be aware of weaknesses but focus on strengths. Mistake is an opportunity to learn. The definition of mistake is an opportunity to learn. That's how they had it. Let go of the ideal of perfection. Let go of your expectations. Yeah, you know, but you're not doing it. That's why I got to keep saying it 1,000 damn times. Okay, now. Happiness at another's expense. The emotional cost of your actions. Again, we talked about the cost of things and how you might not be willing to give into the cause or whatever, right? Like, not just the cost of money or the cost of whatever. We talked about this already. Now, I'll start with a little bit of the meaning, and then we'll go to the potential blockage because this was in reverse. So I'm not going to continue on like we're in the right energy or whatever. Now, the meaning. The 4 of water stands before you with a quiet confidence and awareness. Despite its scarred appearance, he sees only beauty when he looks at his reflection. A gentle smile curves his lips as he regards himself with kindness and understanding. Self-love. I meant to tell y'all earlier, but whatever. I'm going to do a whole video on it. But kindness and being nice to yourself. Self-love. It was not until age 25 that somebody finally fucking broke it down for me. And in such simple terms that I was able to start utilizing self-love. Meaning, everything that you can do pertaining to self-love comes back to those 2 things. Being gentle and kind with yourself. Or being nice to yourself type shit. Half the things you say to yourself, if somebody were to say that to you, you would fucking slap that motherfucker into goddamn 2023, okay? Dude would be in a goddamn coma for the next 2 years. Or shorty or whoever for the way you speak to you. If somebody were to say that to you, you would slap them into goddamn 2 years from now. But you tell yourself that shit every day. Now, he has many weaknesses and during his lifetime has made many mistakes. And yet he chooses to see the lessons he has learned and forgive himself instead of holding on to feelings of shame, regret, and guilt, which is the fucking shadow. I'm telling you, bro. Y'all just need to listen to me. Stick with me. I got you. Every scar makes him more beautiful, and every mistake presents him the opportunity to learn, to grow, and to become wiser. Now, potential blockages, because this motherfucker is in reverse, so let's not pretend. You are worthy. Potential blockage. You are worthy and deserving of all that you dream of. But remember, so is everyone else. What is your joy? What if your joy comes at the expense of another person? Can you stand tall and proud and have respect for yourself if your happiness carries the price of another person's heartbreak or failure? Can you take genuine delight in your circumstances? Unintentional actions that cause hurt are one thing and can be forgiven. But what of the emotional consequences of an act done with awareness and intent? Oof. Yeah, I got some heavy shit on you. The Four of Water, when it appears reversed, cautions you against vanity, arrogance, selfishness, and self-importance, and symbolizes a need to look yourself in the eyes, in the mirror. Just stare. Are you about to choose a path that leads to another's distress or downfall? If the answer is yes, be mindful of the fact that the universal law of cause and effect, aka karma, as many people falsely call it, will hold court and sit in judgment, or the weighing of the heart and the feather, law of Mayat, all of that. If you want to take it back to ancient times, cause and effect will hold court and sit in judgment. As always, there will be reward and consequence offered. If your choice is to continue forward, knowing that you may bring emotional anguish to another, be sure that the reward is far greater than the price you may end up paying. If you are at a crossroads, don't do it. You still have the opportunity to answer no and have your actions reflect that choice. And this is the only card in the entire, well, I don't know in the entire book, but this is the only card that has a picture of the card in the book. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's motherfucking important, okay? Because, like, even that last one I just showed you, they just left the page blank. They didn't go back to make sure that you saw the card again. So I don't think, this is not the only one in the book like that, but this one is one of the only ones. Sorry, I told you this thing is reversed. One of the only ones that is that they're emphasizing in that manner. So this is it upright, and this is how we got it. So, alrighty now. I don't even remember the last two, what we read. But I remember the overall reading. I asked for clarifiers, and these two popped up, the last two. So, I guess take what applies, but they all tie together. Like, well, this last one, be careful of vanity and stuff like that. Don't be so on your way, on your path, that you step over others in order to get there. Like, yes, I did talk about leaving people. Let the dead lie with the dead, as Brother Panic would say. Let the dead lie with the dead. Meaning, like, if they're in their stuck vibration and they're holding you back, because they will eventually hold you back because they're refusing to grow and they're stagnant, yada yada. You can do that, because on the other side of that, like I said, is it worth it? Is the reward great enough? The reward is great enough. You're loving yourself enough to not settle. You're loving yourself enough to not settle, to not just accept good enough. Okay, you're loving yourself enough to walk away from damaging relationships and people that violate your boundaries. That is amazing. That is incredible. That goes back to self-love. However, if you are stepping overs in order to get like financial gain, for instance, that money will not last. It will be taken away from you. And usually it'll be at least 2 or 3 times what the initial punishment would have been or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So if you going around deceiving motherfuckers, hurting people because you're hurt, which we talked about, and it said in one of these cards earlier, don't hurt because you're in pain, or don't hurt people because you're hurting type shit, which hurt people, right? We've heard that term before. If you're doing this shit intentionally, oh, you fucked up. They coming for your ass. They coming for you. The universe, man, it ain't even gonna be the universe. The universe ain't gotta handle you. You a fucking lightweight, okay? If you're doing it intentionally, your time is coming. Yeah. Your time is coming, baby. Now, again, if you're doing it intentional in the sense of letting people go because keeping them in your life is actually going to cost you more in the long run. Like I said, they just not on your wave, on your vibration. We read that whole thing. That's why we had that whole example about the fire and the water hose, the gas station fire and the water hose. Like, but there's a nice way to go about it, though. You don't have to fucking berate somebody. You don't have to chastise them or hang up on them or ghost them because you're too emotionally immature to deal with it at that time, or whatever the case is, whatever's going through your head. Like, that's intentional. You know what I mean? And it is, because then you feel bad about it. You feel some type of guilt or feel some type of remorse or whatever. But if you're doing shit out here intentionally to hurt motherfuckers, like, your father was never there for you, so now you're a black widow and hurt all the men that come in contact with you, or fuck them and leave them and do whatever, like, shorty, get it together, and shit is on its way to you. Just know that, okay? Might end up with an STD and some shit up in that motherfucker. Condoms are only 80% effective, people. Aside from that, I'm not saying that people with STDs are like punished. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, well, you gotta be careful, man. First off, you gotta be careful, protect yourself. But, eventually, that energy, that's what I'm trying to say. That energy is gonna catch up with you. And like I said, internal things manifest externally. So I'm not trying to imply that people that were born with AIDS or anything like that were punished by some solar deity or God or whoever. I'm not saying it like that. I just mean that if you're out here intentionally causing harm to people, you will get harm back threefold, twofold, threefold, okay, fourfold, shit, quadruplets up in this motherfucker. Just so y'all know. I mean, I don't know. I understand hurting people. There is some times where you hurt people, but it's not intentional. And there's some of you that's fooling yourselves thinking that your shit was not intentional when you know it was. Okay? You trying to be slick. Now, we caught on to that. We caught on. Hey, I might be slow, but I always get there. Anyways, people out there, beautiful people, I would love to continue on this dialogue with y'all, but when I woke up, yeah, most of y'all can't go 2 hours without eating a snack, 3-4 hours, okay. And it's not even about fasting. No, it's been 12 since I've been awake. Okay. Awake. But that means that I was asleep before that. That means I haven't eaten in like 20 hours. Which, look, if this was one of my fasting days, cool. Okay. It's a mental preparation. If I was still caught up in my music and shit right now, it might also be cool. But I have things to do, and I feel my energy going down low, especially after everything that I just spoke on. So, I can turn up this meditation for y'all. Maybe that's good. I will end on a meditation. I was gonna play some music or something, but I mean, I could do that too. I'm just tired of all these goddamn copyright things. It's bullshit, man. I put my heart and my soul into these things, and you gonna tell me you gonna block my video or say I can't monetize my shit because I'm sharing another artist's work? Like, I don't just be out here just posting the shit. I put it on the screen so y'all can see who is the y'all can see the artist. You can buy their gear down here, everything. Like, and motherfuckers wanna be stingy with the damn content ID. Whatever, dog. I swore I had put in what did I put in last time? I put in royalty free and it still did it. Anyways, I'm not feeling this one anymore either. You're right. Let's go to a 999, or we can go to the happiness frequency, serotonin, dopamine. Nah, you're right. We gonna go into this shamanic healing meditation music. 3333. Wait, 33333. And I think this will unlock some things for y'all. Again, with shamanic meditation, aka journeying, you don't want to clear your mind, okay? This is not about Becky and Sophie at some fucking yoga class studio down in Soho, New York, or the Upper East Side or whatever, saying that they meditate and that they're yogis now. All right. This is about some real ass healing ass transformational ass, shadow revealing work. Why you're such a terrible person. No. Why there's just certain things holding you back. So with this, allow the music or any animals that come to you. We talked about the snake earlier this week. If a hawk, like, let's say you have your eyes closed, or you can have them slightly down, like gazing in front of you. I don't like to close my eyes personally. I don't know, old traumas, old past lives, whatever the fuck. But if you could look at softly gaze at the tip of your nose, as they say on Peloton, or you could look at something in front of you, like, just allow a soft gaze, basically. Or you can close your eyes. If you see a hawk or something pop up, like, allow that. Well, remember that so you can write it down later, but allow that hawk to guide you to the next step. So if they take you to some grass, right, and then you see a meadow across from you, but you're like in this field, and all around the field there's this mountain, right? You can either follow the hawk, or since the hawk guided you there, you can follow the little field mouse that will then lead you to the meadow. And then at that meadow, you're greeted by a crow, and you're like, what the hell is a crow doing here? Anyways, the point is, follow these things. Any animals that you see, write them down in your journal when you were done. This is a 3 hour something. I don't think I'm gonna keep it on for that long, but for the 3 hour, for the full time, I mean. But I will keep it on for a good amount of time because a brother got to go do what a brother got to do. So, point being, we gonna do this little meditation shit, and while you're in it, let me go ahead and pull it up and listen to it a little bit. When you are done, or when you feel comfortable, or whatever, who the hell is this Matthews person? Ensure that you write it. I mean, if you don't have paper, I prefer journaling, like paper and pen after journeying, like journaling after journeying. But you could use your phone, use your little notes app, or use Siri or Google or Bixby or whoever the hell, Alexa, and tell them to write it down, right? Okay. And let's see, I'll read this little thing to y'all at the bottom, and then I'll go ahead. But make sure to write down any animals you see, any numbers you see, any thoughts. Like, you might just hear a phrase, you know what I'm saying? That's you. Well, that's your highest self, or you, but that's too advanced right now. Your highest self is going to come tell you some things, okay? Don't expect too much. Like, that's another thing, talking about expectations and shit. Don't be in here, like, just relax, okay? Just relax. We're not even going to it. Just relax. Now, before we start this, the top comment says, whatever you're going through, it's temporary. You are eternal. You are an individual expression. You are an individual expression of your creator. You are life itself. Any problem in your life comes from an idea you believe to be true and a fear-based emotion attached to it. It's all mental. Powerlessness is an illusion. You are the power in your life. Any circumstance has no power or meaning other than what you choose to believe. Be strong, or be flexed. Be strong. There was a noise, so that's confirmation on confirmation on confirmation, because what the fuck was that whole goddamn reading about? I could have just read this to y'all. Shit, 2 hours. No, I like this little radio show. It's pretty cool. All right, man, let's get into it. Let's get into it, though, man. Stop hating on my ATL accent. My ATL guy, character guy. I don't want my damn. This always happens. Hold on. Okay. Bruh. It's good to have long cords in the studio so you can move around freely, but this cord is always getting tangled up nowadays. I don't know why. I don't know why she swallowed a fly. Alright, let's go. Let's get in this meditation, right?
When I was born in the colony of Atlantis, I remember.
Shut the hell up, dude. What are you talking about? You weren't born on damn Atlantis. Cause my people come from Atlantis. That's how I know. Man, I can't even hear this shit. Oh, my bad. That is my bad. Hold on. Damn it. Alright, here we go. My bad. I had to turn it up. I forgot. I'm sorry. Let's go. It's gonna get loud. Okay. Alright, let's go. Hey, look at past that down there though. Shit, I was covering her up. I didn't even know. That's crazy. Oh, my bad. Let me turn this off. See y'all on the other side.